Happy Friday, everybody, and another fantastic introduction wasted. I have my mic muted. Son of a biscuit. I hate it when that happens. Technical difficulties here in the Dennis Herrera show. This is always happening. This audio guy needs to get fired. The light guy is also about to get fired. He sucks. And the editing guy is so slow. We got to fire these three people, and then I'll be the only one in charge. Oh my goodness. I think we got the volume back up, right? Let's see if it comes up. There you go. Okay. So back up. All right. Now I had it muted because when I start my life like this without announcing, you know, I mute it so you guys don't hear me all the rustle and bustle around here, and I'm me yelling at people and everything. We got a good one for you today. We got a good one. Happy Friday. Happy Ice Friday, baby. You know, all these leftist people that hate us for some reason, they just they never listen. I've been saying this for so long, and I keep hoping that somebody proves me wrong. That's what I want. I want somebody to prove me wrong because I don't like it. I don't like to see what's happening to our country. I don't like to see what corrupted politicians are doing to our country. So it's a tough one. It's a very tough one. Omar, how are you, little brother? Robert, hello, Robert. Jay, welcome to the chat. Haley, how are you? I saw you waving. Sorry about that. I was muted when I was giving you guys your hellos. Cool Cat Renee in the house. You know what? I forgot. Babe, can you have. Hold on. Ah, man, my back is killing me. All right. Let's see. She's probably asleep. Excuse me. It's a very late live. I get it because there's a lot of people that subscribe to my channel that are East Coast time. So right now it's 8 o'clock. It's already 11 over there. Now I know Trinity is an owl, so normally she stays up very late, but I still feel bad. I'll tell you why. The only the only reason why I'm doing the live right now, Friday night, is because I told you guys that I would come back tonight, but I've been at the doctor's office all day today, so everything is fine. But a lot of time wasted. I think what was it, like about 4 hours over there? It's crazy, crazy. Well, hey, I thank you guys for being here. We do have a good one. We have a good one for you. So the people on the other side of the aisle, as they like to say in the Congress and on the Senate, they like to grab information and just go to town. Whether you're going to be criticizing, whether you're going to be hating, you're going to be raising false testimonies, you're going to be making the wrong decisions, wrong accusations, and I'm not like that. See, I don't like this. If it's something breaking news, something is happening at the moment. Okay, I see that. Samuel, I see you, brother. Man, 4 a.m. is very early for you. Brian, welcome, Brian. Good to see you, brother. I got a lot of big brothers in my chat. Just so you guys know, I'm like the little brother. Well, Omar is my little brother now, but I'm like the little brother of the bunch, and I got the biggest mouth, and I'm the one that does the show. They stand back and just watch my back. Is what the big bros do, right? That's kind of what something President Trump does, right? That's kind of what the United States do with other little countries, right? Right. Uh, First off, a couple days ago, tragedy. Tragedy because a protester, well, no, not a protester, a law breaking American citizen decided to F around, and as they say, well, they found out. Try to take out a federal ICE agent. Well, we learned our lesson. We heard from the sheriff that that's a big no-no. You don't do that. You know, and I blame the government, the corrupted politicians. If you haven't figured it out by now, we have a lot of dirty people in government. Now, I would like to say that is the same on both sides, left and the right. I would like to say that it's on both sides, but it's not. It's mainly on the left side. It's mainly the Democrat corrupted politicians. And I blame them because, hey, sis, I blame them because, you know, the advice that they give their people, it's, let me tell you, number one, they're all socialist communists, is what they are. You know, people don't want to believe me. They don't want to listen to me. But I'm telling you right now, the socialist Democrats, it's not just socialists. They are communist Marxists as well as socialists. It is the only way. See, they lie to the people multiple times, and they pay some people. And they tell the lies and the lies and the lies, and then people start believing it. That's why you see some of the people that come in my left side, on my channel here from the left side, and they get mad at us when we point out that is a lie that they've been listening to, and they call us brainwashed and all this stuff. Listen, I always say it, regardless of how you see President Donald Trump, you can't seriously believe that we have different eyes, that we don't see the same things as everybody else. I find it very interesting that people were saying that the ICE agent murdered an innocent American. And I like how they put that in there, innocent American. Why? Because ICE is anti-illegal immigration, but if an American gets arrested, ICE bad. Federal ICE agents are bad people. They're Nazis. I mean, it's getting old, right? To me, it's getting old. But it's necessary to say it because they still say it. You know, they got the news. They didn't watch the video. And I'm talking about the pricks in Minnesota, right? The governor and the mayor and the chief of police. They got this information and they automatically went with it, and they accused the ICE agents as if, nope, that's it. It's Trump. TDS is very serious, and we know this. But they went with it, and they criminalized the guy. And then they have multiple angles, but they haven't seen the camera angle from the actual ICE agent. Now, they didn't wait for an investigation to happen. Normally, you would wait for an investigation, and then you see what happens. And then you can explain it, because now you're going to go and try to make a decision. Do we accuse or excuse? We saw the video. It was easy to see. See, I said he got hit. A lot of people on the left says, no, he didn't, right? The mayor from Minnesota, he said, no, he didn't. Oh, he could have got that injury by closing his fridge with his hip. What a moron. How weak is this guy that he's going to get an injury by closing the fridge door with his hip? Are you seriously? Are you serious? This guy's an idiot. I got no respect for these corrupted politicians. And then you got Tim Walz trying to make excuses, trying to use this bad experience to hide himself, to make people forget that there is some huge fraud going on. Well, we don't forget. We don't forget. And let me see if I actually grab that clip. I have a clip to show you. Not there. Maybe it's on my X account. Let's take a look at my X account. I grabbed a clip for you. I want to show you something. Where would be the most appropriate place for the statue of Barack Obama? Somewhere close by the sewer. Let's see. Okay, that's the angle of the car. Okay, got that. You guys already seen that. You've seen that. All right, let's see. Okay, this I'm going to show you some stuff in here, but not that right now. I want to show you a video clip, not this moron. Man, I might not even be able to show you because I don't want to keep you waiting here. I want to be able to tell you that everything that I've been telling you has been true, and I have proof. Some of you guys that don't believe us and call us liars, you guys ask for proof. We give it to you, and you still don't believe it, or you know that it's true, but you don't want to accept it. Let me tell you something. If you defend criminals, you are abusing innocent people. That's just the way to go. If you defend criminals, you are abusing the law-abiding citizens. That's what you're doing. You are destroying the good people of the United States of America. You know, we have been tired. We've been getting tired for a very long time of a lot of people using this victim card. It doesn't fly. It doesn't fly anymore. We're sick of it. And that's why we're speaking against it. We're sick of it. Sick of it, I tell you. Sick of it. I don't like it. I don't want it. I'm going to go ahead and start. We're going to talk about ICE, and we're going to talk about these people that are guilty for the atrocities that are happening. But first, I want to go ahead and touch up on California because this is one of the favorite states for the libtards. Now, we're going to start here because of why. Because I tell you guys, I'm not a professional. I don't have a master's degree in economics and in law and whatever else you want to say. But I always tell you guys, use common sense, critical thinking. It's a beautiful thing. It's work. Sometimes people criticize you for using it, but it pays off. It pays off at the end. What do I mean? I told you that by allowing a lot of illegal immigrants, by allowing a lot of social services, you are essentially destroying your city, your state, or your country, depending on where you are in the world and how big this problem is. There's just one truth that you have to understand. California won. I'm going to say this. If you're going to quote President Trump, make the full quote. What's the other half of that quote? What's the other half of that quote? All you libtards like to give me that quote, but I know the speech. What's the other half of that quote? Especially the first part of that. I'll let you do that homework on your own. But this is what's happening. You guys say that you will vote for Gavin Newsom again. In the meantime, there's over $100 billion in debt California is. And guess what else is happening in California? Well, you know what? Don't let me tell you about it. Let's go ahead and listen to Fox Business News, your favorite news channel. Here we go. Let's go. Gavin Newsom, tell me what's going on down in Cali.
Our economy's growing. Our population's growing. Why? Because of the energy and daring of entrepreneurs that are growing and dominating in the industries of the future. To those with that California derangement syndrome, I'll repeat, it's time to update your talking points.
Sure. Hey, population is growing. Businesses are coming up. Hey, come on. Time to get rid of that California hate syndrome.
Gavin Newsom says his state is thriving, but the people with the most skin in the game are heading for the exit. New reporting shows that at least half a dozen billionaires have already left the Golden State. Up to 20 more could be packing their bags as a proposed 5% wealth tax remains on the table. The latest, Google co-founder Larry Page is headed to Miami, Florida. But he's not alone. Peter Thiel, Larry Ellison on the move to red states like Texas and Florida.
Now, Patriots. Be nice on the chat. Remember the famous words of Martin Luther King. We don't want to beat our enemy or our opponents with hate. Because when we are proven victorious, mind you, this is my own words. When we are proven victorious, we got to find a way to work side by side. And so we can't be hating the leftists too much. Let me do the insulting so that you guys can still work together in the future. I'm going to tell you guys, I know that, we have a lot of non-believers on the chat every day. But I'm going to tell you, in Washington State, it's such a blue state, and we think it's because of cheating, but maybe I'm wrong, and there is a lot of blue people in this state. I thought it's going to be very, very difficult. Like, it's going to be maybe like a 5% chance that I win as a governor in Washington State. And people laugh at that, and I think, there's probably not. Why should I try? Why should I even put my name on the ballot? Why should I make a 10% investment of my salary to put my name on the ballot? And then I started listening more and more to the news, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to pause that on Newscom, because I'm going to tell you, when I hear things like this, now where the hell would where my stuff go? They blocked it. Sounds freaking Facebook. Facebook blocked it. I can't believe it. You know what? It doesn't matter. I will find it again. I'm gonna give you something real quick. Where you at, Brandy? Oh, that's horrible. Okay, I'll go ahead and show you my Facebook page. This is the governor. The governor of Washington. Of course, this is Photoshop, guys. It's Photoshop. They got a Charlie Kirk freedom shirt on him. But I'm looking for a specific video. Oh, yeah, check that out. Finding the fraud. That's probably like an old video. I've seen that before. Let's see. Taxpayers should ignore the data alleging fraud and instead focus on investigating U.S. citizens, especially white men, says lawless Emily Randall, political candidate. Well. She's a healthcare champ, first-generation college granddaughter of a firefighter and sheet metal worker. And she's going to do this to them, to every single one of them. What an idiot. But you know what? I am glad that this is the people that we have in Washington State. I think it's going to be very, very nice. I'm looking for something here. You know what? I am just going to look for her on my notifications. I got a bunch of junk bots that want to join my Facebook page for some reason. Oh, here we go. I'm looking for it, and it appeared right in front of me.
I want to be delicate with this, but since you've made it public, you talk a lot about your own daughter and her participation in athletics publicly. I know she goes to a private school. Would you support a biological boy competing against your own child?
Oh, Brandy, forgot. Look, I understand your obsession.
He almost said, for God's sakes.
With what?
With trans kids. And so
this is the governor of Washington, by the way. This is the governor. This is the guy I want to run against.
Look, I understand your obsession.
With what?
With trans kids. And so what I would say is that, obsession. And so what I would say is, look, we live in a world right now where trans kids are going through a lot.
Number one, there is no such thing as trans kids. They are trying to find themselves. It is the responsibility of adults to let them know, are you a male or a female? Start there. Well, this part right here says that you are a male or a female. You give them that information and you guide them in the right direction. But don't lie to them. You know, he's pretending that he is protecting the trans kids. What are you protecting them from? You're castrating. You're chemically poisoning their bodies, their minds. You are destroying their soul. Is what you're doing. It is diabolical. If you're an adult and you choose to do that, hey, that's your prerogative. But don't do that to children, man. Don't do that to children. Don't steal their innocence. Don't send those innocent souls to hell. Don't do that. This is who I want to go against. And I'm going to probably go against 99% of everything he stands for.
Okay. And so, I want to support trans kids. We have a federal government that essentially wants to erase that community. I'm diametrically opposed to that. So appreciate the question, but I'm ready for the next one.
That's the jackass that we have here as a governor. What a freaking loser. And he's from the same town that I am.
Brandy forgot. Look, I
can't wait. I can't wait.
understand your obsession.
With what?
With
It's not an obsession, you moron. It's a moral stand. He has no morals. What an idiot. Anyways, okay, we can go back to our video, but I wanted to point out who it is that I'm going to go against, and I can't wait. I cannot wait because I want to grab every single Democrat. I want to win every single Republican, and we're going to make this fight, and we're going to have this work for the bettering of Washington State. I already got some tactics that I am going to run with. If I tell him right now, he might change some, he probably won't because he's that stupid, but he might change some policies that might help him win again. But we're going to leave that information for once it's official, once my name is on the ballot, I am going to go for it 100%. 100%. And that's right. We want all Latinos for Herrera. All Latinos for Dennis. That's it. I think I'm going to run with Dennis. No Herrera. I think we're going to run with Dennis. Vote for Dennis. That's what we're going to do. Vote for Dennis. I don't want to have people having a hard time pronouncing my last name, Herrera. You know what I'm saying? I hate saying Herrera. That's not how my name is pronounced. My last name is pronounced Herrera. If you don't know how to say that, it's okay. I understand. Just call me Dennis. All right. Let's keep it with Dennis. All right. Let's continue with the video of why Newscom just lied to everybody in California. Says that the population is increasing. Bing, bing, bing. That is true. With illegal immigrants. And then he says that the businesses are booming. Maybe illegal businesses. But the bottom line is that California is losing all the rich people, their billionaires. Why? Because of what I always tell you guys. Socialism doesn't work. Communism destroys countries. Full civilizations. I don't care what anybody says. Everybody's miserable in communism. That's why everybody wants to leave their country and come to the United States of America. And what are people trying to do? Because they don't assimilate to the United States of America. They try to bring all that crap from other countries, and they want to turn this nation into that piece of crap country that they come from. And you better stand up against that. Otherwise, you're going to lose this great nation. And it's no longer going to be the American dream. It's going to be somebody's nightmares or homelessness.
Thing they told you about the
Many of
Minneapolis.
these people that are leaving are lifelong Democrats,
chaos.
supporters of the very people in the process that now is turning on them. The exodus from California is millionaires, billionaires, but it's also working people who more and more can't find opportunity.
I appreciate the producers letting me lead these California blocks because I can go right to Taylor on this and say your governor says everything is fine.
Come for me, Brian. I'm ready.
But the billionaires say not so.
The kids are not all right.
We're out of here. So do we all need to update our talking points? Are we all wrong with our
No,
California
follow the money.
derangement syndrome?
Follow the money. There was a great headline this week where Mitt Romney said he's okay paying more taxes, and he's saying that while pointing all of his fingers at you, right? And that's sort of like what Gavin Newsom is doing. It's all of you need to pay more taxes, but not pointing any fingers at himself. You talk about federalism, Brian. So here's my updated talking point for you. Federalism is great. Capital will go where it's treated best. If you want to stay in California, if that's where you think that you've access to the most talent, to the engineers, to tech, great. You can stay. You can pay this if you are a billionaire. And if you're not interested in that, you have the right to move. And I think we all know on this panel, it's never just $1 billion. And it's never just a one-time tax.
So, but Jensen Huang, he's pretty rich.
Yeah.
He said he's going nowhere.
That's
Dagan,
fine.
he says he's going nowhere. What do you think?
We love your company. It makes me insane when people say that. That they welcome, he's perfectly fine paying the tax if it becomes law. Because you're essentially saying you think that the government does a better job with your assets, with your money, than you do. That somehow Newsom and California, the politicians, the bureaucrats would spend that money more effectively and efficiently than you would. That's insane. Just like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett would, talk about they're fine paying higher taxes. I worry for the people of California with the wealthy truly leaving, how that's going to hurt them. Because they can't cut spending. That they've tried to dial back some of the Medi-Cal program where they're insuring illegal aliens. They had to put that on pause because they can't afford it.
Knife, shut the hell up. I know you want me to say it. That's why you pointed out, huh? Yeah, shut the hell up. That's what I'm saying.
They're going to end up having to raise taxes on working people who can't afford to leave California, potentially. And I feel sorry for them.
I think that's a really good point, Jackie. We have the conversation about the billionaires moving, and that matters. Billionaires matter as much as anyone else. I don't think they matter more than anyone else.
And I will always say it for all the leftists. They always come and fight us against this. Oh, Dennis wants tax cuts for the rich. Dennis is, licking billionaires and this and, bro, hey, listen. Let me ask you a question right now. Anybody on the left side, not my Patriots. Here's a perfect example right here. Manuel Correa, tell me, can you provide 100 jobs right now without telling me what you do for a living? There you go. Any other leftists that heard that question, go ahead and put it on the chat. How many jobs have you created with your wealth? They get tax cuts anyways. Yeah, I want to know how many jobs you create with your wealth. And I'm going to tell you right now, I can't provide no jobs. But a rich person that creates jobs, hats off, baby. You got to tip the hat. Let's see, AI is going to take more jobs anyway. Oh, so that's the leftist mentality. Why do they always do that? Why do they always do it? Okay? They always say this. Why go after Nicolas Maduro and why try to stop the drug cartels from bringing drugs to this country when people in America, they're just going to continue doing drugs anyway? That's how they think. I don't understand why they think that way. I don't think that way. See, I think that if we don't do something and we just keep using our defeated mentality, you're never going to move ahead. You are never going to fix anything. You're always going to be the problem. It doesn't matter what country you migrate to. You will always be the problem. I'm going to tell you something. If you are from another country and you didn't do anything in that country, even if you were poor, but you worked hard, your family never went hungry, you had a roof over your head, I think you got a chance. But if you, in your country, failed and always complained, the world is against me, the economy, they're governing, oh, this country is a third world country, I am not going to make it. You are not going to make it anywhere. Those who have good work ethics, those who believe on trying something even though there might be no chance of success, those are the people that continue to grow in their life. And I think that those people are the ones that have a chance to be successful. Notice I didn't say that they will be, but they have a higher chance to be successful. With that being said, you get all these people here in the United States of America that keep complaining about the rich and the billionaires. Oh, I think there should be a cap. There should be wage cap. No, they shouldn't. You know who should have a wage cap? Churches should have a wage cap. A cap, not gap. Wage cap. Churches, non-profits, non-profit organizations should have probably the lowest wages. If you really want to help and be a socialist worker or something like that, your pay is not going to be that good. That makes sense to me. That makes sense. Coyote, oh! Welcome, brother. That makes sense to me. But to blame rich people, you know, all right, I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. One of the tactics that I am going to use to bring corporations to Washington State, it's to cut taxes. Shh. Don't tell the libtards. Don't tell the libtards. But that's exactly what's happening. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to make it official. Oh, sorry about that. My little Trump keychain. I think that the governor, mayors, they should be looking at rich people and say, hey, listen, I know, I'm going to have a press conference. I know that you guys make a lot of money and, well, you have been helping our communities a lot. What can you do to help even more? And I will let them give me the information and just see where to go with it. And you know what? Companies like Microsoft, companies like Boeing, companies like Apple, if they decide to come over here and compete with Microsoft, against Microsoft, I think companies like that will be more than happy to come here to Washington State. And with that, thousands and thousands of jobs are created. Even with AI, people are giving up on this AI thing. Like they think that once AI is here, human jobs are gone. And I think it's going to be the opposite. Believe it or not, it's going to be the opposite. You can't just think that you're going to be having a robot do your plumbing, do your electricity, your electrical wiring. Who knows? Maybe they will one day. You know, you can't. The robots cannot make some things that humans can. They could be built stronger. Machinery, we can do machinery. But I encourage everybody to change their mentality, to start teaching their children. Well, hey, this is the future of our country, of our state, or whatever we're going to be, and study for this. You know, right now, people know that there's shortages of doctors. Do we have a lot of people going to college for doctorates? No. Not medicine doctors. They want to be doctors in theology. They want to be doctors in some other bull crap that has nothing to do with medicine at all. Why don't we have more surgeons? How about that? How about you take some pride and say, let's have some more doctors? You know, the people want this universal health care. And what happens in areas where there is universal health care? Long ass lines. Why? Because everybody wants to use them. You know what? That's a lot of people. And every single one of them, the government, the taxpayers, the government pays for them. So why do they have to waste 6 hours to be seen? There should be more doctors as well. So if you support a universal health care, you need to have the mentality that you're going to need more nurses. You're going to need more doctors. And where do you draw the line? If you offer free medical service for people that don't need it, if junkies get it, all they want to do is go get a fix. Maybe they want to spend the night at the hospital. They have all these stories that happen at the hospital. And when you run a country as a socialist, that is exactly what you do. You make lazy. You create lazy people. Trinity, did I send you that? I sent you that link, didn't I? Can you do me a favor? Can you send that link? Can you send that link to my email? Let me see. I think it was from X, right? I don't know why it's not on my X account. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know why it's not on my X account. I thought I saved it, but I don't see it. See if you can send me, if you can email me that link, Trinity. I wanna play that little clip. Someone treats me like a peasant. I'm not working for them. Jobs are so plentiful here. One place is paying $25 an hour to put dog treats in individual bags. Another pays $30 to put parts in boxes. Wow. Wow. That's a lot of money for that job. Even for the Washington State, which is an expensive state, to be honest. Let's see if you can send me that clip. All right, just let me know when you send it.
I don't think this ice.
No, not that one. The other one. The socialist, Mandani's socialist. Let me go through the feed over here, see if I can find it. Man, there's so many clips. So many clips. Let me see what this
Shelley
is.
Cemetery.
This is the mayor. I still don't know how the hell this lady won. I mean, the mayor that we had before, he was horrible, but she is worse, and she won. It seems like the less skills you have, the more leftards vote for you. I don't get that. I don't get that. But you know what? Just because you guys vote for dumbass people, I am not going to stoop that low for that. Okay?
Yesterday, armed ICE agents in an unmarked vehicle detained 3 North Seattle neighbors at Evergreen Shelley Cemetery. I am furious at the federal government's abuse of power. It is unacceptable to kidnap people who are simply going about their lives. There is no place for this in Seattle. This latest abuse comes on the heels of the murder of Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis by federal agents. Renee was a poet, a caring neighbor, and a mother. Someone with a family whose community is now grieving unimaginable loss. These are not abstractions. These are real people, real families, and real harm. I know many people in our community are frightened and outraged about the way ICE and other federal enforcement agencies are being deliberately deployed across the country to intimidate and harm our communities. I am heartbroken and outraged too. This moment demands action. Here's what we're doing. Seattle is a welcoming city. We already have laws in place that forbid our local police from aiding ICE in most instances. The police will adhere.
You hear that, right? They have laws that stop police from assisting ICE. That means they don't want their citizens being protected, being kept in an orderly fashion while they protest. That's what that means.
To these laws. That's an important step. But it's also true that we have limited authority with regard to the actions of federal agencies. And
she just became a mayor, okay? She just became a mayor. She doesn't know jack squat about being a mayor, and yet here she is, acting with emotions. We always say that. Don't make your decisions and policies on emotions because they most likely will be wrong. And she is wrong about this. But let's hear what else she has to say.
I know that our existing laws are not enough to keep people safe. So I'm working with Police Chief Barnes, City Attorney Evans, immigrant rights groups, and local leaders to identify every possible legal argument, public resource, and creative tool we can use to keep the people of Seattle safe. This will take all of us. I urge you to sign up for the Washington for All ICE mobilization alerts. And don't stop there. I encourage you to raise your voices and demand that every elected official does what they can to actually protect the people who make our neighborhoods home. This is a scary situation, and situations like this are when we show ourselves who we are and what we believe. Here in Seattle, we practice solidarity. Everyone should be safe in their homes, in their workplaces, and in their city. My message to our immigrant neighbors: this is your city. You should be safe here, and I'm determined to make it that way.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless. The city of Seattle and Washington. She is Mondani's twin. I guess that's why they say that. She is an airhead, emotionally compromised woman who doesn't use common sense. Let me break her for you. First of all, if you don't encourage them to put their life on the line, number one, fighting for illegal immigrants instead of your American constituents. That's some kind of new stupid to me. That is some new stupid to me. You want to keep people safe. You tell the police to cooperate with ICE. I'm going to show you a video. It's not pretty, but it is on the feed. This is not ICE. I'm coming for you as well. Both of these losers. This right here.
This is bad.
That is unacceptable. Listen, I get it. The guy's still resisting arrest. I get it. But that's not how you do it. You don't smack his head on the concrete. I know they get frustrated. They're humans. I get it. But that's not how you do it. You know what? I'll let him get up and I'll tase his ass. And I will tase his ass until he allows me to put handcuffs on him. You know, they say that ICE agents react a certain way because there's not enough training. But there's not enough training that you can do. You have a breaking point. You know, I remember these Democrats and all these libtards were pissed off when President Trump was calling Kane a traitor. And I agree with it. He is. He betrayed our country. He gave secrets out because he was captured. Yes, he was tortured. But you know what? He's human. He is human. So maybe we judge him a little bit too harsh. But I'm going to tell you something. For the people, and I'm trying not to call you morons, for the people that say, oh, they only get 47 days of training. That's not enough. Well, tell me, genius, what kind of training do you think they should get? Explain to me the kind of training that you expect them to get. What training? Let's see how long you can get yelled at. Let's see how many bottles and garbage you can take to the face. Let's see if you can allow people to spit on your face and burn the American flag right in front of you. Let's see how much of that you can take. Let's see how you deal with you driving the car and people blocking you with their cars. Let's see how you deal with people that throw bricks at your windshields and try to kill you. Let's see how you react. How much training do you think you need on an office, on a controlled environment, on a building, paperwork, or whatever? They get 12 weeks. As a matter of fact, that's what I was doing last time and we didn't get to it. That's what I didn't get to. Here we go. Let's get to it. The duration varies. HSI agents get around 6 months. ERO officers around 20 to 22 weeks. With older programs, potentially shorter. But the curriculum is law, U.S. immigration law, officer liability. Tactics, defensive tactics, arrest techniques, firearms, driver training. Language, you got to be Spanish language training. They even teach a little bit of Spanish because most of the illegals are Hispanic. Physical conditioning and fitness. A specialized multicultural communications, avoidance of racial profiling and surveillance and intelligence. Training for different roles. If you are in enforcement and removal operations, focuses on detention, removal, and operations with basic training programs. Homeland Security investigations, HSI, the people that, can somebody get rid of always being righteous? Get him off my chat. He's distracting my eyes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian. HSI focuses on criminal investigations requiring basic criminal investigator training. 287 program trains state and local officers for specific immigration enforcement under ICE agreements, requiring separate training. Now, in all of that, I don't understand what other kind of training would you give them? So go ahead, Manuel, since you came in here, and all the leftist people that are on this chat, feel free to tell me what other training do you recommend for them? Go ahead. Don't worry, we'll wait. How do you de-escalate somebody throwing shit at you? Show me. Show me. How do you de-escalate somebody throwing stuff at you? They're throwing rocks at you. How do you de-escalate that? How long do you think you have to train to earn a black belt? I don't remember, but how long did I train? I don't remember, man. I did 2 years of martial arts. But I don't remember how long the training was, to be honest. Dude, that was over 30 years ago, man. That was over 3 decades ago. You then don't do the job. I don't know what the hell that means. Manuel, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Manuel, she's been escalating for hours. She's been escalating all day. No, but I want to know, what tactic will you use to de-escalate me? I'm going to get on your face and I'm going to cuss you out. I'm going to tell you how small your wee-wee is. I'm going to insult your mother and your children. And I'm going to sit there and just yell at you, and then I'm going to spit on your face. Go ahead and de-escalate that, Manuel. That's what I want. I want you to de-escalate that. What would you do? De-escalate by leaving Minnesota. You know how else you de-escalate? By deporting all illegal immigrants. Yeah. Dano's next. You say you were a Navy SEAL. You wanna try me? We can practice together if you want. You just block them. Are you serious? The more you allow them to get on you, the more emboldened they get to attack you. The only way to de-escalate a situation is to disable them. That is the only way. Let's see. Let me show you how you de-escalate a situation. Learn, Manuel. This is how you de-escalate a situation. Pop! Oh, he's de-escalating. Final lesson. There you go. And that, my friends, is how you de-escalate a situation. That, my friends, right there. That's how you de-escalate a situation. Because if you noticed, from the beginning, look at this. The guy is coming at him. Innocent man. He's over there recording like they are. Right. So he should be able to do it. Here we go. So the guy comes to him. Hey, listen, man. I don't want no problem. He's trying to de-escalate. I want no problem. What are you doing? I got my rights just like you do. I got my freedom of speech. I can protest. I got the same freedoms and rights that you do. The other guy says, no, you don't. Because you're a Republican. Let's see. Yeah, Dennis, you would do that. Yeah, I would. I would knock his ass out. And look, he could go, okay, you want some of this? Let's get some. Well, let's dance, fool. Kick, boom. Another kick. You want to hit me? Come on, hit me harder. There you go. One more. Oh, that one nicked the beard. How about say hello to my little friend? Good night. Ah, man, I'm glad Manuel's talking shit about de-escalating. That, my friends, is how you de-escalate. I'm going to tell you something. I'm making jokes. I'm making jokes over here. But you really cannot de-escalate a situation where people are there for one reason only. And that is to obstruct ICE and to push the limits of the agent's patience. And you know what? Eventually, they get what they're looking for. So, this is bad. And that's police. Police go to the police academy. They get lots of training, lots of talk, blah, 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 blah. But when you're on the field, it's different. Split-second decisions. Do you shoot or you don't? Do you die or do you live? It's not like you watching TV. Oh, look at that. Look at the soccer player. Oh, he should have done this and should have done that. Yeah, you go try it. It looks easy when the ball comes to the player. Yeah, you go on the field and see how easy that ball looks. Brad, I don't know you. All right? I don't know you. You don't know me. And this goes for everybody on the leftist chat. You don't know me. I don't know you. But the fact that you come in here and be violent towards me, it tells me the kind of person you are. See, one thing, you can say all the name and all the stuff, I get it. But the moment that you try to threaten me with violence, bro, I'm saying I will defend myself, is what I'm saying. But you want to be violent towards somebody. See, you want to attack. You don't want to defend. You are defending the attacker. I'm defending the defender. Oh, Tyrone in the house. Look at you. I knew you couldn't stay away from me. Tyrone, a.k.a. Melody Serena, she has such a hard crush on me. Did you bring your boyfriend in here too? So, Brad, did I say, hey, Brad Lankin, when I see you on the street, I'm going to take you out? Did I say that? Did I say that? No, I didn't, right? Yeah, I didn't. So I said, this is not wrong. This is not right. Right here. The police officer doing that, that is not right. That is not right. I'm pointing out the obvious.
Buses, fast and free, and deliver universal. I launched my campaign for mayor over a year ago. I made 3 promises to New Yorkers: freeze the rent for rent-stabilized tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. Some said these goals were impossible, unrealistic, naive. Well, yesterday our movement won a historic.
I will warn you. I will give you a warning because you people don't understand. But mark my words. We have been the side that tries to make common sense decisions. We try to make common sense conversations. You guys get too damn emotional. You get too violent. You crave the attention for violence. Mark my words. The people that you keep taunting, we're only human. One day, God forbid, I don't want to be here for that. You get what you're asking for. You don't listen. You don't learn from history. All the atrocities that have happened in the past and in history, everything, because you don't learn, because you want to be rebellious, because you want to be uneducated, because you want to be violent. I'm going to tell you, you're asking for it. And I'm afraid that some people are going to give it to you. I just heard a crazy-ass veteran talking about him and his posse. They fought for this country's constitution. And they are actually asking for civil war. And I hear on both sides, Democrats and Republicans, well, bring it on, let's do it. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Let's take all these libtards out. Well, let's take all these evil Republicans out. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't get it. You don't get it. If that happens here, this country is finished. Because you stupid ass people out there that keep thinking with violence, not words, violence. What you don't understand is that our enemies, our real enemies, are watching. China can't wait to get their hands on the United States of America. Russia, same thing. Our enemies outside of this country are hungry to take away your freedom. Do you morons understand that? If we fight each other, the only people that lose is Americans. How stupid do you have to be? How many times do I have to knock you aside the head so that you can understand that we're trying to fight to protect this country? You protecting foreigners is not going to help. See, Manuel is an illegal immigrant. He doesn't care. He's not American. I get it. But you, especially you, Melody, people like you, white people with this whole white guilt bullcrap, you guys are destroying this country with your reckless, crazy, emotional mentality. No. Trump is doing everything we voted him to do. You idiots are out here talking bad about Trump, and Venezuelans are saying, thank you, President Trump. Why is that? Why is it that you hate President Trump, but the Chinese people love President Trump? Why is it that you hate Trump, but Iranians are asking for President Trump? You hate Trump, but Mexicans are asking for President Trump. You hate Trump, but Honduras are asking for President Trump. Where do we go with this? Why is it that you spoiled, entitled brats got this great country and don't take care of it? You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. I wish that you would give up your citizenship. I got a lot of migrants that will be perfect for this country. They will love to be here. Angel Miranda, shut the hell up. I know The right-wing Mexicans, they all ask for Trump. So shut up. Don't tell me, bro. Don't tell me. Mexicans are asking for Trump. Not your corrupted cartel president and you leftist idiots, but the right people, the conservatives, the ones that love their country, the ones that love Mexico, they call for Trump. The people that love Honduras, they call for Trump. Every country, every people that loves their country call for President Donald Trump. Now what? Huh? Go ahead, enlighten me. Enlighten me. Give me some information that I don't know. Give me something. Oh.
President other than her. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Mexico is filled with a whole bunch of riots from Gen Z as they're rising up against the narco state politicians. Claudia Sheinbaum legitimately got up on stage and told Mexico to their face that the war against the cartels should never happen. So now many pro-Trump Mexicans are calling for the United States to help against the narco state and remove.
Viva Mexico, cabrón. Now what? Now what? Now what, cabrón? Huh? Now what? Go ahead. Keep opening your mouth. That's why I say shut the hell up, because you don't know what you're talking about. The Mexican patriots protesting against narco President Sheinbaum love President Donald Trump 100%. Now what? What, Miranda? What? Man, shut up, man. I know what I'm talking about. I know my Latinos, bro. Not all my Latinos are criminals like you guys. A lot of my Latino people love Trump, not because he's the best speaker, not because he's all this, charismatic, handsome young man, but because he stands for his people. Of course he wants money. Of course he wants power, but he's getting it. And the biggest reward that he feels, that the biggest thing that he wants is not what President Obama said. When President Obama was challenged by President Trump when he was just a candidate, he was talking about how corrupted he is, how bad he is. And President Obama didn't deny it. He said this. It's the mic drop moment. At least I will go down as a president. Mic drop, he says. People laugh. And I said there, and I like jokes. I sat there and I was like, did this motherfucker just said that it was true? He didn't deny it. Obama did not deny it. I was trying to find it on the video and I couldn't, and I didn't want to keep you guys waiting for so long. But when President Trump was golfing, by the way, I recommend it. Go watch President Trump golfing with Kai, his granddaughter. There is a part where they're sitting together and she's asking him questions all the time. And he said, I think he said something along the lines like, Grandpa, what's the one thing that, she said, I'm sure that being president was one of your biggest, accomplishments that you wanted to fulfill. And she says, but now that you're president, what is something that you really want to accomplish? Now, I'm butchering her question. She asked her question better. And President Trump's answer was to be the best president in American history. That, my friends, you don't see it, but I see it. And that is very special. Because it doesn't matter if you think he's greedy. It doesn't matter if you think he's bad. Everything he does is because he likes to hear the people say, oh, man, he's the shit. Man, that's a great president right there. That's why he does it. That's why he does it. Nah, Riggs, I don't think that's going to happen, but pretty damn close, though. Pretty damn close. You see how I shut up that Mexican? He's one of the criminals. He's one of the bad Mexicans. When I talk about Mexico and I tell you guys how beautiful the Mexican people are, I'm not talking about that guy. I'm not talking. Whoa, who's giving $7,000, bro? Let me get into that, man. Put the link of the website. I want to get a piece of those 7,000, man. Who's paying 7,000? Let's go, baby. Red or blue doesn't matter. They don't care for the working class. Okay, here I'm going to put something for you, Manuel. Now you never called me because you're a puss, but let me give you something. Let me ask you something. All right, let's go with what you're saying. Let's say that neither the red nor the blue care for the working class. Okay, tell me this. Who do you think is closer to working for the working class? Let me see where your mind is on that. Who is doing something, at least something? Who's doing something that the other one is not doing for the working class? Let me see where you're at. Docito says Mexican people from Mexico are beautiful-hearted people. They really are, man. Mexico is amazing, yes, but pick one. Who has a better agenda for their people? Republicans, fool. It's easy. Just like Eric said, Trump. Trump. That's who has the best plan. Let me see. I'm gonna see here. Who wants me to talk about? Who do you want me to talk? If you want me to talk about Venezuela, we're going to go ahead and we'll come back to ICE. Trust me. We'll come back to ICE. Who wants me to talk about Venezuela? Put a 1. If you want me to talk about Greenland, let's go ahead and put a 2. Let me know on the chat. Number 1, Venezuela. Number 2, Greenland. Now, I'm going to go ahead and open the lines. Why don't you invest on AI, Manuel? Okay, Venezuela says cat. One Greenland, 3 Venezuelas, 4 Venezuelas, 5 Venezuelas. Oh, these guys know my subject. 5-2, 6-2. Whoever gets to 10 first. And don't be double voting. Just do it one time. As a matter of fact, I should have done a poll. I'm gonna do a poll. You guys cheat. You guys are cheating. I already see a double vote right there. There we go. Let's go. Don't worry. I got one picked already. Seconds. right, Raspberry. Raspberry started jamming right away. She started jamming right away. All right. We're going to talk about Greenland anyways, but Venezuela, we will talk about Venezuela first. All right, first of all, let me give you a little bit of a quick history back from Venezuela. Now, the reason why Tammy, I think, was it Tammy? I think Tammy said that. What about electrical and utilities and groceries? Yeah. The reason why we're not going to talk about that is because if you haven't figured out by now, that is not Trump's doing. That is actually your local governor and senator's problem that they are creating. Then there's nothing really that we can talk about, okay? So, first of all, Venezuela started out as the change started going from a conservative view, a Republican, to a Democrat socialist. As a socialist, when the money is good, it's easy to give out food to everybody. Let's see, fuel is down. Pennies, how about those meat prices? Forget about the meat. How about $1.18 gas in Texas? How about that? Talk about that. If you live in a blue state, you haven't seen jack squat. Now, I know the meat prices, and I can tell you, depending on where you go, meat is not that bad. So depending on where you go, I can go and get 4 steaks or 6 steaks, ribeye steaks, cut pieces and everything for $375. That's ridiculous. You're stupid if you're paying that. But if you go to the actual store where they have the meat and you buy the whole slab and you actually cut that, you're paying about $280. That's expensive, the big one. And you get about 15 ribeye steaks, which turns out to be very cheap. But you do have to do some of the labor. So if you want to pay more money because you're lazy and you don't want to cut, you pay for the convenience. If you buy your steaks at Costco, they're going to be thin and they're going to be very expensive. But if you go and buy the big slab yourself, it turns out to be about $10 to $12 a pound for a ribeye steak. So there's that. And I think the price is it's okay. The price is good. Okay. Meat has been high for years. Yeah, I don't know why they keep saying that like Trump invented that, like Trump's fault. This is why I don't understand about these people. But anyway, so Venezuela started out as a socialist democratic with Hugo Chavez, Chavista, which, by the way, the Mexican Claudia Sheinbaum actually supports that movement. She defends, this is very interesting. Claudia Sheinbaum, the president from Mexico, defends Nicolas Maduro, the dictator. Imagine that. She defends the dictator, the drug cartel, drug lord from Venezuela. Imagine that. And then she calls on the UN to act against President Donald Trump. Like she's the little brat that went and slapped somebody upside the head, and then she come running to her mommy and daddy and say, look, he's chasing me. But she doesn't say that. She just went over there and caused the guy some harm, right? That's exactly what she's doing against President Trump and going to the UN. With that being said, in Venezuela, you have to understand this. It's not just about the Venezuelan people. First, I'm going to give you our side. Now, we have a competition against China, Russia, and Europe, right? A lot of big countries what we're fighting for. Whoever controls the market controls the power. And whoever controls the power controls the people. Just like China, they show their cards way too soon during COVID-19. What did China say and what did they do during COVID-19? Well, number one, they effed us all up. Not just us, the United States, but the whole world. It was ridiculous. Anywhere you went, you had to wear a stupid mask that didn't even keep you from getting sick. And then they have made billions of dollars on a vaccine that didn't even keep you from being sick. And if you were stupid enough to believe that the vaccine was going to keep you from getting sick, there is nothing I can do to help you. I could have told you that many, many years ago, that even if you get the vaccine, you can still get sick. Now, people say that oh, nice. Good job, baby girl. If people tell you that getting the vaccine was going to help you to get less sick, I'm going to tell you something. My kids didn't get the vaccine. My wife didn't get the vaccine. I got the vaccine, and I got the worst sickness out of all of us. Very interesting. I'm going to blame my immune system for that. But what I'm saying is that my kids didn't get sick like that. My wife didn't die from that. My father-in-law, whose organs were all fatal, already ready to go in any minute, even he got COVID and didn't die of COVID. He died of natural disease, natural causes. Well, not natural because diabetes is not natural, but you know what I mean. So you have China. And what happens with China? They told us that we cannot get any more supplies. So we're screwed. And what does Newscom do in California? You guys think I don't know about this shit? You know what they did in California? They were buying, supposedly, they were using billions of dollars to get all the supplies for COVID. And you know what you find? Some YouTuber decided to go out and they found out the big containers from China and show the boxes of all the masks and all these things for protection. And it showed made in China. During COVID, they were taking our tax dollars and they were just throwing them away. You know why? Because we're stupid. Because we let them do it. Well, guess what? After COVID-19, it's not going to happen no more. We're going to stand up and we're going to fight against it. Howard Lucknick said, by the time, if we continue to get tariffs, we will get out of income tax forever. Imagine all the money in the paycheck for everyone. Well, Cutting Edge, I would be very excited about that. But unfortunately, even if that was true, see, you have to understand that blue states are trying to raise money against the people. So they keep destroying our economy and they keep blaming President Trump for it. And what do we have to do? So we have to fight against China. We have to fight against Russia. We have to fight against Iran. These people are communists. So is Cuba. Cuba is known for, they have good education. Yeah, they have good education for communists, but they don't have good education for the world peace. Venezuela has got the biggest oil reserve. Whoever controls Venezuela controls this whole hemisphere of the Americas. And you have to understand that if you didn't get me the first time. Whoever controls power controls the people. That's just how it goes. And what I get frustrated in here is how the libtards and they want to come and fight Republicans, Democrats, Republicans. You guys are making this, let's make World War II. Yeah, let's see who survives. You guys have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Well, number one, Democrats would lose. Absolutely. They will lose. But then what do we do? Do we not love our American brothers and sisters, even though they're a little retarded? Of course we love them. We want to help them out. I know it's sometimes it's annoying that you want to help them and they don't want to be helped. But you have to understand, we have millions of illegal criminal aliens in our country. And they can be in this chat pretending to be legal. And they're the ones that come in here hating us and talking all this shit about me, right? But we don't know. They could be the illegals. They could be the illegals. Hey, Black, let me help you out, bro. Shut the hell up. This guy. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Black's not coming back to my channel again. Anyway, so Venezuela has a need. You see, in Venezuela, the good people of Venezuela, they use their democracy. And the democracy got stolen from them by Maduro, well, by Chavez, really, and then by Maduro. So what happens? The good side of the Venezuelan people, 70% of the population of Venezuela for sure, ask the United States for help. Did they ask China? No. Did they ask Russia? No, of course not. Because they're communists. These are the people destroying their country. So why would they ask them for help? So here we are. We need power so that we can control people. What people? Our enemies. People hate President Trump's plan. We're going to drill all that oil. We're going to get all that oil. But the Venezuelan people are going to get their money. And they're going to buy our product, meaning that we're also going to make money. So we're going to revolve, sort of like making an economy, domestic international economy deal with Venezuela. And if we don't take care of Venezuela ourselves, China will actually take over Venezuela or Russia. The only reason why China and goes to the UN and say anything bad about us is because they wish that they could have done that themselves. That's Venezuela in a nutshell. And then you have this whole regime change. Now, President Trump is looking out for the benefit of the American people. If he can help the Venezuelans get what they want, and he can get what he wants, then that's it. Even if I like Maria Machado, if she doesn't need to be the president for Venezuelans to be in power, and the president that they put right now in the place of Maduro, which is the vice president, if she decides to take over the drug deals and she decides to start doing the same shit as Maduro did, well, she knows what's going to happen. It all comes back to us. But then now we have this. We have the news. Earlier today, we heard that Venezuelans were complaining yesterday that, okay, so Trump took out Maduro, but now we're disappointed because we thought that Maria Machado was going to lead Venezuela. And, well, there's still the political prisoners. And guess what? That same vice president that was talking crap to President Donald Trump now changed her tune. Now she's singing a different song. She's dancing to a different beat. She released every single political prisoner all over the nation. Trump won that. And the Venezuelan people won that. Now, eventually, if the deal doesn't work out with this person, we do want to have somebody that the people want. So I think at some point, probably sooner than later, they're going to have a democracy. They're going to have a voting again, an election. And then the people can choose who they want them to rule the country. And we're going to be there right there with them. Now, it comes back to us again, because who do we have in our country that hates Americans? Who do we have in our country that is taking away businesses? Oh, there's a picture of the guy right there, right above me. There's one of them. Matter of fact, let me see what he says on his little talk.
Victory for working families across the city. On day 8 of our administration, we announced the beginning of universal childcare for all New Yorkers.
Ladies and gentlemen, our mayor.
Universal childcare for all New Yorkers. Let me see where they're going to get this funding from, because it takes hundreds of millions for that daycare to work, right? I can't wait. I cannot wait. Go ahead.
Yesterday in Flatbush, I stood alongside Governor.
This is the same governor that was against him, right? Did you see her fake smile when he hugged her? Look at this. Pay attention to her. Look at when she comes off.
Yesterday in Flatbush.
That's a fake smile. You see how it dropped? You see how fast that fake smile dropped?
I stood alongside Governor Kathy.
She did not mean that hug. I tell you that right now. And I can guarantee you that she didn't even expect it. She didn't expect that hug. She's not that happy with him.
To announce a $1.2 billion commitment in state funding for universal childcare. As the governor said, the days of empty promises are over.
Now that's for Americans and illegal immigrants. If illegal immigrants have more children than Americans, that money is not going to be enough. I guarantee it. Remember, you heard it here first.
This investment will allow us to make childcare for 3-year-olds truly universal in New York City by adding more seats in neighborhoods where families have been shut out for far too long. It will allow us to start providing universal childcare to 2-year-olds, delivering it to all of them by the end of our first term. At the end of the year, thousands of parents will look at their bank accounts and see that they have now saved more than $20,000 per child. That is real relief. It is real change. And it is a testament to government's ability to make people's lives better.
And where does he get that money from? You think that money appears out of the thin air? Is he not watching what Gavin Newsom is doing in California? All the millionaires and the billionaires are leaving California. They're over $100 billion in debt. And this guy is just getting started. And he got started like 100% ahead of Newsom. Before Newsom started destroying California, that's where this guy starts. Just imagine this in 2 years. Oh, I can't wait. Who was the millionaire that said that he didn't mind paying more taxes? That he's going to work with whoever wins as mayor? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. But okay, whatever. This is what the people want. They want free, free, free. Free, free, free.
I want to be very clear. Working class New Yorkers delivered this victory. We are here today because of the millions of doors that you knocked, the phone calls you made, the canvases you showed up for in the freezing cold and sweltering heat, each time making the case to your neighbors that a better future is possible. This is a movement that was brave enough to make a promise, and even braver to know it could fulfill it. No longer will New Yorkers be forced to accept that starting a family means leaving the city you love. Every political victory is a choice, and yesterday, Governor Hochul and I made the choice to deliver for working families and children. The work has only just begun. There is so much more to do to deliver truly universal childcare for every family, every child, and every New Yorker we serve. But never let anyone tell you that progress needs to be slow.
Yeah, just throw the money away. Don't worry about it. It'll come back. That is the mentality of the socialist communist people. They just think that all that money will just come right back all by itself. They think throwing money at the problem is the solution, and that is not the case. I'm not even going to play that. I'm not going to play her again. What are you saying? We already know that BS. Oh, Renee Good was practicing politics the right way. So practicing policies the right way means go obstruct federal agents. What the hell do Democrats really think? Why are they still in power? Why do they still have a job? That is crazy. That is crazy. Hear me, Ice. Okay. The guy, the spy that shagged me, this guy, I can't believe he still has a job. I don't get it. Yeah, this is Democrats. If it wasn't for Democrats, this guy would not be on that train free to kill this Ukrainian refugee. Democrats. This moron.
That I'm confident if we construct a millionaire's tax that has folks who are extremely wealthy pay a bit more, and that specifically allows tax relief for Washingtonians, help drive our economy, for help make our economy work, and for Washingtonians who are struggling, I think most folks support that. But the key is it can't just be, I'm just going to repeat this, it can't just be $3.5 billion that goes in the general fund. I don't support that. I want to be clear, don't support that. It's got to be targeted, that we know where these dollars are going and they're helping out Washingtonians. In other words, it's a tax break for thousands and thousands of Washingtonians as a result of doing the millionaire's tax.
And we're millions.
So that's the balance we need to seek, and I think most Washingtonians, and I think even most millionaires will support that.
No, we don't. Most Washingtonians, we don't support that. You know what he's proposing? He's proposing to add a state tax, which is unconstitutional in Washington state. He's going to add a state tax that he thinks it's a good thing. Now, let me ask you something, because Democrats, okay, you guys understood everything about Venezuela. But you have to understand that it doesn't stop in Venezuela. Venezuela is taken care of. There's already a plan of what's going on, how much drilling, how much oil we're getting, how much money we're going to make, how much money we're going to give the Venezuelan people, and how we're going to protect them. We got all that figured out. But what you don't have figured out is that people like this guy and all the Democrat politicians that are in Congress and the Senate, that are governors and mayors of our countries, states, and cities, they are communist. They are socialist. All of them. They're corrupted they're cut by the same scissors. They are a piece of strand coming from the same strand. That's who they are. They're all the same. Everybody. Well, except for the senator. Oh my gosh, what's his name? Fetterman. The guy actually has some brains. So tell me something. For all the leftist people out there that come in and complain about us and the way Trump is doing things, why is it? And I'll give you the example right here. What is he doing to bring more money in? What is he doing? See, President Donald Trump thinks, hey, I need to go make a deal. You know what? We're not going to raise taxes. We need more jobs brought back to the United States. I'm going to put some tariffs on importers, on businesses that don't support local. Whether you like me for saying that or not is irrelevant. Whether your business of importing is suffering, the country's not suffering. So maybe you should find a different business to do if you're so good. Stop complaining and fix the problem. And if you can't do that business, don't do that business. Very simple. But the idea of what I'm saying is this. President Donald Trump put tariffs, temporary tariffs, as a negotiating tool. We know this. We know this. We've seen tariffs come down. Now, before you say who pays the tariffs, the importers do. The people who choose. Nobody's mandatory to buy them. Nobody's mandating. Nobody's commanding. If you want to go pay an extra $500 for your iPhone, that's your choice. There is other phones that you can buy that you don't have to pay that much. Did you know that? You know what happens when I don't have money to go to Fred Meyer's or to go to Sears or to go to these other big stores and get $100 toy? You know where I got to go? I got to go to the dollar store. That's right. I got to go get the cheap stuff. And the dollar store, I can get a lot of things for $50. I get 50 items. Because you have a poor mentality. See, poor people that with a poor mentality, they like to pretend they are rich. Thus, they stay poor. But rich people stay rich because they dress like they're just casual poor people. They don't care. They use their money on a lot of other things. What do you want to call for, Finger? Tell me what you want to call for. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to call for? Let me see if it's even worth the problem. It's Friday night. It's 9:37 p.m. I'm not seeing super chats in there from any of you people demanding any information. You want to ask me a question, you put a super chat on there. So the example that we get is Democrats, in order for them to make money, now mind you, you don't get to be asked. What you guys didn't understand was the actual problem with what he said. You guys missed it, but I'm going to go ahead and remind you what he said. He said raising taxes is going to help the economy. And then he brushed it off really fast. And then he says, but this $3.3 billion, he says, it's not going to go just to a general fund. Think about this right now. Think about that. He says, I am not going to support a he just threw it in there and people didn't notice. $3.3 billion raising taxes. But we're not going to put it on a general fund because we need to make sure every dollar is tracked. Now, please tell me, what does that mean? And think about it. So they raised taxes here in Washington. Rush Baby's in here, right? Okay, they raised taxes. $9.5 billion they raised taxes already on the people, okay? 9.5 billion. They effed it up. We don't know where it went. It's missing. I kid you not. It's missing. It went into a general fund, as he said. But now he wants to lie to you and say that he's going to put a $3.3 billion, but he's going to put it where he knows where the dollars are going. But the other $9.5 billion, nobody knows where that went. Did you catch that? I'm trying to lure you guys. You got to lure by listening. Okay? You will lear a lot if you learn to listen. Wait, you will lear a lot if you lear to listen. That's how that works. So all in total is going to be $12.8 billion raised in taxes. Let me open your eyes a little bit. Listen, you might lear something. This $12.8 billion tax increase, just so you know, it's not including all of the taxes that were already put on. That's plus. That's plus the taxes that are already being collected. That's what we have problems with. That's what we don't understand. Do you guys use critical thinking that way, right? You know, whenever I work with a group of people, the dams can't leer. I know, but someday they will leer something. They gotta leer sometime. They have to leer. You know, they say when children grow up, they leer a lot. So hopefully the dams are gonna leer something someday. When I work in a team group, you know why I like to work with the Tocino. You know why I like to work with very smart people on my team? Not because I think less of other people that are dumb. That's not it. Because I'm also dumb sometimes in a lot of subjects. In a lot of subjects, I'm very ignorant. But I like to work with very smart people. Why? Because when I work with them, my brain works better because I'm challenged with it. And because they are smart, all they got to do is think of one thing that I cannot think of, and I put it together. That's why it's great to work with people that think alike. Because in your brain and your processing power that you have, you may just miss that one little piece of the puzzle. And that somebody you're working with might have that, but they don't have what you have. And so when you're having a conversation in a group thing, you put everything together. And you know what I notice every single time? Every single time that I have worked in a group, I see different levels of smart and working ethic. For example, I always like to be the presenter. I want to say, okay, guys, so this is what we put together. So if you look up over here on the right, we have a sign that says don't quit, but we take off the NT and the QU, and that says do it. And so I like to talk about things, right? I like to be the presenter. I like to be able to public speak. I like to preach. I like to give speeches in public. The more people there is, the better I like my speeches. So with that being said, I let people choose, okay, who's going to be the presenter? And then I see somebody, okay, you know what? I'll do it if nobody wants to do it. Okay, that's not what I want. I can do it. Okay, so who's going to say this part? And then there is always the list. It goes down. So there's the guy that really wants to do it. I got this. Don't worry, guys. I got your back. And then there's the other person that says, well, you know, if nobody else is going to do it, I guess I'll do it. And then you see the levels of how that group has different kinds of people. Some of them, they like to work hard and they like to show off. They're very competitive. And then some others, they just want to sit back and take credit. It happens every single time. Now, if you didn't learn anything from that little example that I gave you, I don't think you're ever going to learn anything in your life. I'm sorry. But if you didn't learn by now, you will never learn. You know how hard it is for me to take the N off? It's so hard for me to take the N off. Oh, man, that's funny, man. That's funny. It took so hard. It's so hard for me to say it, okay? But I'm leering more and more every time I do it. One day I'm just going to talk like that for real. Let's see what's this. Just saying thousands of leftists chant, Kristen Noem will hang. Whoa, what?
Tired of being told to be peaceful to your oppressor.
hearing that? Are you hearing that? Save a life, kill an ICE. Save a life, kill an ICE. Wow. This is what Democrat politicians have created. So I'm going to tell you something right now, man. You see you see how we dropped like 50 Democrats out of our chat? If you can't see that Democrats are truly the evil party, I don't know what else to tell you. I do not know what else to tell you. Save a life, kill an ICE. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is crazy. Please be informed that we will no longer let the American public be ripped off by credit card companies that are charging interest rates of 20 to 30% and even more, which festered unimpeded during the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Affordability. Effective January 20th, 2026, I, as President of the United States, am calling for a 1-year cap on credit card interest rates of 10%. Ho, ho, ho. Coincidentally, the January 20th date will coincide with the 1-year anniversary of the historic and very successful Trump administration. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again, President Donald J. Trump. So if you are drowning because you're irresponsible and you have a very high interest credit card rate, what that says is that it's going to be lowered to 10%, if I read that right. Credit card interest rates of 10%. Cap at 10%. I like that. I like that. That's a lot of savings. And I know most likely for the leftists, they might not like this idea because what the Democrats and the leftist, socialist, lazy people like to do is they like to apply for credit cards, max them out, and then claim bankruptcy. And then just wait 7 years and then do it again. That's how that works. That's how you scam the system. But man, 10%, I like that. I remember when I had bad credit and I had to apply for a loan, man, they will give me the 24.99% interest rate, 29.99 interest rate. And now it's like, you get like a 4% interest rate. But even then, if my credit score gets bad, which it does sometimes, it goes back down low because maybe I max a credit card or miss a payment or something. And the interest just goes right back up. And then it comes back down. So, I think that's a good thing. I'm glad I checked that. But I'm telling you, man, I am very, very concerned about these libtards going out there threatening to kill ICE agents. I'm going to tell you something. When people on the left says, don't bring National Guard into my city or my state, I'm going to tell you something. What they are asking for is for martial law. Martial law. You will truly know what martial law is. You know what? I hope it doesn't happen over here. I hope it doesn't happen over here, for sure. I'm going to tell you, man, listening to these people of what they're doing out there, that is dangerous. That is very dangerous. That's crazy. Pay your own minimum payments first. For real, man. Yeah, Trump did that 6 times. Yeah, that's fine. Bankruptcy is fine. But he didn't go acquire all this credit just to go bankrupt. Don't get it twisted, old man. Bankruptcy is there for a bailout when things go down because of the economy, not because of your lazy, dumbass, neglectful, irresponsible self. That's different. Of course it's there if you need it, but the lazy damn-tards, they do that on purpose. Don't play stupid, old man. You know what I'm talking about. Shut the hell up. Coming in here and starting a mess. What do you want to call for? And I'm going to tell you something. The reason why I'm very reluctant to take a call is because the last time that I allowed somebody to call in here because they were hot about something, all they do is go ahead and try to piss me off on the phone. They don't want a conversation, and they want to come in here and just start cussing out, and I don't like that. So there goes that. I'm telling you, it's like, you know what? You guys need a break. I need a break. And sometimes when things are done for free, it makes you not want to do them anymore, doesn't it? So Friday night, happy Friday. I want everybody to be happy. But I think that our country is in trouble, man. I really think that our country is in trouble. And it's very sad. Very sad. Man, that's crazy. All right, let's go ahead and get these... Let's take a look if they actually. I'm going to close this out. Let's finish California and go to our next clip. Let's go to our next video. I mean,
but they have a lot of money. But the impact really is not so much on them. They're going to be fine.
Right.
Billionaires are always going to be fine. The question is, what does it do to people without billions? And look, let's face it, who have a much harder time picking up and moving, right? It's hard to vote with your feet when you don't have a lot of resources to make that happen.
Well, I go back to that couple on Fox and Friends a couple of mornings ago that was talking about their business in Santa Monica, their home being burnt down, but that they don't have the funds to leave. And how do you go restart somewhere else? That becomes really difficult for somebody who's a normal, hardworking person. When you talk about the billionaires, though, I think back even just maybe... I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, most of these billionaires would tell you we're fiscally conservative, but we're socially liberal or we're socially moderate. We care about social issues. And I think for the most part they did because they had so much money. Paying the taxes really wasn't an issue for them. What I think the shift is this change in the Democrat Party, number one, to go so progressive. And I think the wildfires in California are a great example of the state not taking care of things for its people. And the more you see stories like that, you think to yourself, what exactly is going on here? The Minnesota corruption case is another example, and the administration is vowing to go after other states that are facing similar issues as well. So I think the billionaires are stepping back and realizing that this party has gone too far, and it's not necessarily one that they can full-on support anymore. I mean, even Jamie Dimon to a certain extent.
Right.
I mean, so you kind of see this shift and you see them putting their money where their mouth is. And now all of a sudden you want to persecute them with a 5% wealth tax. I mean, that's just the cherry on top of the cake here.
Right.
So when you go too far, you back yourself into a corner is my view. And there's part of me that says, let them do that. Let them do that in California. Let them do that here in New York City. And they're going to find out the hard way, like in Chicago, for example, that you just destroy everything.
Right. Gary, quick last thought on this one.
I'm going to add something just because this illegal immigrant just came into my chat. I want to add something. The reason why they have to keep raising taxes, and this destroys every argument that having illegal immigrants helps our economy. There it is. There it is. If all these million illegal immigrants came into our country and they helped the economy, this wouldn't be necessary at all. California's economy was doing great before the massive illegal invasion. There's always illegal people that come in here. There's always people that overstay their visas and then they stay here for decades before they get deported or they get papers. But California is the biggest example of why illegal immigration is really bad for our country. Think about how many millions of illegal immigrants went to California, and if it is that great to have illegal immigrants in your city and state, California's economy would be booming right now. There wouldn't be over $100 billion in debt. $100 billion in debt. And that was after bragging about sending the most money than any other state for federal taxes. That was before that. Now they don't have it. How does that work? You give illegal immigrants free health care. I get it. Free health care should be for Americans. I should benefit from free health care. Why not? I paid enough taxes all my life. Double jobs, triple jobs. I have worked my ass off all of my life in this country. Illegal immigrants pay $100 billion, supposedly, $100 billion in taxes annually, but they overspend and they are burdened to our country by over $400 billion. Let that sink in for a second. Washington State has allowed so many illegal immigrants, and you heard the socialist mayor. Washington State is for you migrants. This is your state. Are you kidding me? You saying this state is not for the Americans, it's for illegal migrants? My American people, I truly am very sorry. And I'm going to tell you is that, yes, I'm still going to put my name on the ballot, and I'm going to run, and I'm going to say what I have to say to Washingtonians, and hopefully they listen. But I'm going to tell you, man, if the majority of the people really think the way that these people that they're putting in power do, I'm just going to move. I know the leftists will be so happy for me to move, but I'm going to tell you, man, my health is important to me. If I cannot make a change in this state, if I cannot fulfill that promise that I have made, I will do and fight to the last bit of my energy. But at the end of the day, just as President Donald Trump promised that he would end that war between Ukraine and Russia, I have the same sentiment that I can bring back the economy here in Washington State. But as you all know, there's really not much President Trump can do but to wait. He already put the law down. He already told them what they need to do. But at the end of the day, it's Putin and Zelensky's decision. What I can tell you is that things have gotten better under President Donald Trump. And I can't thank our president enough. I swear, it's like going to a funeral. You know, you're there to support, and yet there's nothing you can say or do. There's nothing you can say or do.
The cult bomb mantra, if able, the two most important words. People, business, and capital will flow where they're treated best and where they are respected. They are disrespecting the people that produce the most, create the most, and pay the most taxes at a state that's running massive deficits, where they spent billions on high-speed trains that never came off the ground, billions on homelessness, where they have record homelessness, while I'm in Florida with no state tax and running a surplus. And in Florida, we are getting an influx from these high-tax states that refuse to listen to me. Norway tried a big wealth tax. They lost all their rich and ended up losing like $500 bazillion. Everywhere you try it. And now they're going to go tell the billionaires to go screw. We're taking 5% of your wealth because you're billionaires. It's insanity. And they're all going to leave. And more of the tax base is going to leave, and that means they're going to be running bigger deficits, and all heck continues to break loose in a state like that, which, by the way, go look at the signs of their gas prices versus other states.
Were you saying zinc roofer? You see what the brain problem is, old man? You just told me that California pays about 96, I think is what you said. let's say 90, let's say 91, 96 billion dollars every year. California receives significant federal funds with estimates recent years showing roughly 162 billion in 22 and 175 billion for the 25 fiscal year 25-26. Now, this is the example that I'm giving you that you morons don't seem to understand. If you say that illegal immigrants are paying $100 billion in taxes, how much are they getting on refunds? How much are they getting on welfare? How much money are we wasting on healthcare, food stamps, free housing, etc.? The amount that you pay in taxes doesn't mean jack squat when you get almost double of that back. If I am misunderstanding the way this works, that's my fault. But my common sense says that makes no sense. It's just like somebody that's making $35,000 a year and they say, oh, the police works for me because I pay taxes. They pay $2,800 in taxes in 1 year and they receive almost $10,000 every year. They are receiving $7,000 in tax refunds, which tells me they don't pay jack shit in taxes. If I get money back this year, that means we didn't pay taxes. Right? If we paid, with my wife, if we paid $10,000 in taxes this year, and we get $1,000 back, that means we pay $9,000 in taxes. But if we pay $10,000 in taxes, and I get $10,000 in refunds, I pay no taxes. That's how I see it. Is my brain not working correctly? Angel, you were already wrong about Mexico. You are wrong about that as well. There are subsidies. People don't listen. Trinity, help me out with these people, will you? Help me out. California is now the 5th largest economy, soon to be the 6th and falling. They receive more federal funding than they contribute and have an astronomical illegal deficit. I'm glad that you said that. Saltwater, what are you doing, bro? You're supposed to be doing your thing. Ah, man, thanks for stopping by, brother. I know you're very busy with your project. God bless you. May He give you the strength to continue moving forward with that project, man. Yeah, Saltwater is actually knocking out a big job right now. Doing the graveyard shift. I thought that was the way to look at things. Now I will tell you this: when I have my friend who is a supervisor, when he pays taxes, he doesn't get refunds. His salary is way good up there, so he actually pays taxes. So, Finger, see, that's what I don't want. You have to understand something. You see how Trinity put that on the chat? That's exactly what I understand. So you can take the time, type it in there, and tell me why I'm wrong about that. Go ahead and tell me. I don't need somebody to call me to tell me that that's wrong. If you can just put it on the chat. Yeah, I'm not going to take calls tonight. So if you're waiting for that, you can take off. You can get off the chat. See, Rush Bay pays taxes. If you don't get refunds, you pay taxes. Thank you, sis. Your brain is working just fine, just like illegals pay $92 billion in taxes but cost over $450. I was off on my numbers. I said they pay $100 billion and they waste over $400 billion in net negative. I believe that. That's how I see it. That's what I learned. That's what I think. Way good, Dennis, is an odd on edu. What? Luis Montalvo, go learn some English, bro. Learn some grammar so I can understand what the hell you're typing. At least I know that if Finger's going to type something, I can read what he says. I guess I could specify on a super chat. That's a chat. Super chats are yellow or orange or red. Blues are chats. Blues and greens are chats. All right, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 5 minutes to call in. 5 minutes. Explain to me how these taxes work. Let me get set up because I don't want to hold the phone. I am really so bummed out on these leftist people, man, calling for war, civil war, man. I'm really bummed out that these idiots they're going that far. They don't know. They're going to destroy this country, man. They are going to destroy this country. That's what I'm sad about. That's what I'm sad about. California's economy will fall considerably if they keep pushing our businesses with over-regulation and taxes. Just lost thousands of jobs in oil industry. Yeah, I believe it, man. I believe it. Let me see. This guy's going to give me some good information on taxes. All right, Finger, what do you got in taxes? Show me what I'm missing.
Hey, so you were talking about the impact of illegal immigrants, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
And it was about how federal funds are spent, like how taxes are spent?
Yeah, everything I just said. You say you were going to explain why I'm wrong.
Okay, wait. You said there were 400 million...
Billion.
$400 million?
Billion.
Spent on illegal immigrants?
Billion.
Billion. Okay, can I ask you to, show on stream where you got that number from?
Well, how many? Okay, here, show me this. How much?
Wait. You were the one who said it was $400 billion. I'm asking you where you got that number from.
Well, no, I'm going to make you look for it because you're asking me for it.
You're the one who said the number. I didn't provide the number.
Finger, don't make me hang up on you.
If
Finger.
the vaccine is good,
So this is my show, right? You wanted to call in, so I'm going to make you work for it. So show me.
why do I have to work for it? You're the one who said the number. That's not fair.
Dude, I'm going to hang up on you, bro.
Okay,
If you ask me a question, I will answer it. But if I ask you a question, I expect the same thing back.
Okay.
How much money do illegals pay in taxes? By the way, just so you know, if they are working illegally, they're supposed to get deported. But go ahead. Tell me how much taxes they pay. How much taxes do illegal immigrants pay? And when you find that information, you will find out how many billion they're actually be in the negative.
Let's see. How much money? I look it up. How much money do illegals pay in taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see what it says.
Mm-hmm.
In federal taxes?
Yeah.
Undocumented immigrants pay about, not just federal taxes, about $96.7 billion this is according to 2022.
That's right. Now, how are they paying taxes? They don't have Social Security.
You don't have to have Social Security paid in taxes.
Yes, you do. That's how you track it.
That money is taken out of your income, is it not?
Yeah, but you have a Social Security. That's how it tracks to you. That's how you do. That's how you do your federal tax returns. No, that's how you do your federal tax returns.
They can't do tax returns. That's why they can't get any refunds. They only pay in.
They're not supposed to, right? But if they're using a Social Security.
They don't have a Social Security number if they're undocumented, right? They can't access those funds.
Okay, so how do illegals work without a Social Security?
Wait, how do they what?
How do they work without a Social Security number?
How do they work without a Social? I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's look it up.
Undocumented immigrants not working with a Social Security number through several mechanisms using a tax number issued by the IRS for tax filing. So, if they filed because of the ITIN number, it doesn't show that yet. Oh, yeah, there is. ITIN right there. So they are giving an ITIN number so that they can go ahead and pay their taxes or start a business with it, get a license to do a business, and then they pay taxes off of that.
Okay, so I'm saying you don't actually need a Social Security number to pay taxes. The U.S. tax system is designed to accept money from anyone with income.
Yes, but if you're gonna say it, see, if you're gonna take income tax, not taxes, don't confuse taxes, income taxes. You need a Social Security that says that you're able to work. An ITIN is a number that the IRS gives you to track the money that you make while you're working, which is illegal, but they do it anyway. That is the problem with the IRS. That's why they were trying to get rid of it. But they're not going to. We need the IRS. I think the IRS is a good thing.
Okay.
All right, let me see if I can find out where the hell did I get this. I did see this number before, so I'm not making that shit up. I saw it before.
Okay.
Let me see.
Well, just to make sure I'm getting your claim straight. So.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
No. You're fine. You're fine.
We were going over, as far as I can tell, we were going over how illegal immigrants are supposed to be able to not just pay into the tax system, but also take out of it, right?
Yeah, get tax returns. Well, most people do by fraudulently, but that's okay.
Okay. So, I guess on a more specific level, what's the IPIN?
Let me see. Let me.
select
I do have to find that answer though. Where did I? Trinity, do you know where the link is for the 450 billion you put on there? I thought it was 400, but it's not showing it to me anymore. I even looked at my history.
I see the ITIN.
Yeah, ITIN number. It's the same. It's the same 9 digits like a Social Security. But
Saying they can apply for something called an ITIN or
Yes.
individual taxpayer identification number.
yeah, and that's what they used to get.
Wait, just let me make sure I got this right.
Yeah.
It's issued by the IRS. It's not proof of legal status. It's not valid for work authorization.
Correct.
It's only used for tax filing. So
Yeah.
with this number, they can file federal and state tax returns. They can pay income taxes.
Yeah.
And pay payroll taxes if wages are reported, but they still can't collect Social Security, collect Medicare, or qualify.
That is
for
correct.
federal benefits.
That is correct. They cannot do that. Supposedly, they can because of subsidies, but
Wait. What do you mean by supposedly? I'm reading here that they can't do that.
because there's subsidies from COVID-19, people that illegal immigrants that are getting benefits because they're refugees, temporary status, all that stuff. The subsidies cover
illegal
illegals
immigrants received federal benefits during COVID-19. How did they receive those?
through healthcare.
How do they have access to
So
healthcare?
let me see. I want to give you this here. I know you'll find this. Let's see. I want to give you just one example so that you can kind of get an idea. Okay, how much money?
I'm looking for something I can look up. And
I will. I'll try to find something. I can't find the damn 400 billion no more. Trinity, you're gonna have to give me that link.
Well, that's kind of concerning because that's a really big number. That's a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Too, if that was true.
Okay, here I'm gonna give you something. So they're not able to collect. Supposedly, they're not able to collect Social Security. None of that. I get it. But the tax refund is not Social Security. It's not Medicare. It's none of that. Your tax refunds is federal income tax that you paid. So if you're paying federal income tax with your ITIN, you can claim a return, a tax return. All you're doing is saying this. When you do your tax returns, all you're saying is, okay, hey, my name is Dennis Herrera. I paid this much in taxes. This is how much my gross was. This is Medicare. This is this and that. Okay, so I tell the government or the federal government how many taxes I paid, right? And there is a bracket for taxes. So if you make a certain amount of money, you qualify for earned income. This is not Social Security. This is not Medicare, but you do get credit for having kids. And so if you're single,
Child tax credit.
yeah, child tax credit, correct. So if you're single and you have,
The refundable portion requires the child and parents to have valid SSS. They can't get that.
yeah, the child has a valid SSS because they are born here.
I thought we don't do that anymore. I thought Trump said no more.
Well, that's now. That's now. It might happen, but it's not yet. But before, I know things might change in June. Hopefully they do. But let me see. How much does a pregnancy cost?
What does this have to? I'm talking about where my tax money goes. That's important.
I
right?
know.
I thought that was a topic of conversation.
So you don't know what I'm going with this. Okay, so look, the cost of.
I don't.
Okay, so listen. The cost of pregnancy and birth in the United States of America averages around $19,000. Okay, in total, with about $3,000 and out of pocket expense for those with insurance. Correct. So, an average birth costs $19,000. You have to understand this. Even if you are undocumented, the rule for the subsidies is that if you are pregnant or if you are in need of medical help, even if you don't have medical coverage, they cannot deny you. So illegal immigrants can come in here and, if you have a 1,000 illegal immigrant women having anchor babies here, that's times $19,000. So imagine over 21 million illegal immigrants here, and a lot of those who are females or families or whatever, they are making babies over here. You can add those $19,000 per person. On top of that, because they are born here, they do get a social security. They do have birth citizenship. So then you have WIC, and they get the cheese and the milk and the eggs, the essential for kids, right? And then because they are citizens, they qualify for food stamps. Now, because their mom has to take care of them, they have to count the mom even if she's illegal, but they get benefits qualified because of the child that is a citizen. And so they get free food stamps, not much, but they get free food stamps, maybe a couple hundred, right? A couple $100. And that's just for one child. And then you got two childs, etc. Yeah. I'm giving you the most basic to add.
Okay. Can I ask you what search terms I can use to look up this information so I can see it for myself?
Just go, well, first of all, you want to look at the birth cost? Just put birth cost.
Okay.
And then let me see how much. Let me see if it gives me a number here. Okay, here. So you can just put how much does a child get in SNAP? And it says right here.
Wait, how much does the child? Well, wait, is this how much does the child of an illegal immigrant get in SNAP?
No, just a child, because
why is it just a child? I thought the fact that the child is of an illegal immigrant would matter.
Oh, I guess you can do that. Let's do that. How much does a child? Or how about an illegal, undocumented child? Now, remember, they're not going to put all this information on here, but we'll try.
Okay, I got that written down.
Okay, so in SNAP, they don't qualify. Now, if you go to the website, let me try to find the website. Maybe every state might be different, but let's see. When an undocumented immigrant has a baby in the United States, the child automatically becomes a U.S. citizen, blah, blah, blah. Let me see. SNAP.
I'm seeing that undocumented or illegal immigrants don't get SNAP benefits.
They don't qualify. That is correct. They don't qualify.
But the child born, they are U.S. citizens by birthright. That means they can be eligible for SNAP if the household meets income and other eligibility rules.
Yeah.
Regardless of their parents' immigration status.
Yeah, well, I'll get to the website because I forget the name. There's a name for them. I'll promise I'll show you. Let me get there.
Okay. Oh, I'm seeing a parent without status can apply on behalf of their U.S.-born children or multiple parole single, I don't know.
Yeah.
Without risking deportation just for that.
Yeah, that's fine. No, but there's one. Let me see. Let me search in programs. What the hell was it? So there is one, like when you're trying to apply, I can't find a damn page now. When you try to apply, there is an actual page, okay, for the government where you apply for benefits, and it tells you the programs that they have. Now, most likely the blue cities and states will have this on their website. Let me see if I can find that in Washington State.
Wait, why? I didn't think it would matter for just it being blue or red. I thought
it does. No, it does, because other states don't allow it. Because they don't allow it.
That's a really interesting point. Why would it just be blue states? I thought that would be like a federal thing, right? Because they're federal.
Because only blue states have sanctuary cities and states.
Wait, what does sanctuary cities have to do with these tax benefits?
Sanctuary cities protect the illegal immigrants. They give them
okay,
benefits.
That's sanctuary cities. I'm talking about tax benefits.
Yeah, they use the tax money that's supposed to go to Americans, and they give it to illegals. That's the problem. That's what we're fighting for. So they get the tax money, right, from the Fed. Okay, here, let me get all the way back here, because I can't give you every detail because I don't have it in front of me like I did before.
Sure.
But
I don't need every detail. I just need something. I just need like a website title or a page that I can look up. Or
do you know how much money did California give to illegals in healthcare?
Are you asking if I know how much money California gave to illegals in healthcare? Is that right?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Because they don't qualify, right?
To know where that number came from.
Yeah, because they don't qualify, right?
Sure.
Okay,
I would
all right.
love to- if that's true, I'd love to know where it came from.
Yeah. The states that have sanctuaries, I don't know why the link is not coming up. I get a 404.
Well, that's my concern. My concern is that people just make up numbers. Not saying that you're lying specifically, okay? I'm not accusing you of that.
No. I had it before. I just don't. I gave up on in explaining to people because even after I show them, they still don't believe me. California. Why can I not find these damn links?
Okay, well, I would hope that the fact that I haven't cussed you out, I don't think, or said...
No, I'm surprised. I would have hung up on you already. I would have hung up on you already. I would have hung up on you already. Let me see. See, look, I'm going to the Benefits California. It's out. If you go look at benefitcal.com, it says we'll be back soon.
Can you show that on stream?
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So I want to make sure like everyone sees what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hold on, there's like a latency.
That's all right. There you go. I show a bigger one. You can see it.
Let me refresh.
So let me see to apply.
Okay, I'll just take your word for it.
It's okay. I wish I can find it. I'm more frustrated that I can't show you the damn link. I had it before. Let me see if maybe a outside link. Start your enrollment. Free health customers. See, I don't like to go into other websites that doesn't say government official.
Oh, sure, that's fair. Yeah.
But
everyone, you don't trust sites that don't start with .org or .gov.
That's right.
.net.
Well, this one said .com on the website there.
Yeah, it's already a little sketchy.
I know. But it is benefits.com. Oh, hey, don't look at my username and password. What I want to know is why it's there, because I've never gone to this website. I'm not in California at all. Okay, here.
It's really annoying.
That's not... See what I'm saying? Look at the links that I'm clicking on. Does it show in there? Can you see that? It says login Snap California. Why can I not? Bro, they must have moved something.
I see the start your enrollment thing. I don't think the stream's caught up yet, but...
All right, so here's this one right here.
I'll take your word for it.
This one says USA.gov / food stamps, right? So in here somewhere, man, I did so much digging one time, bro. And in here somewhere, let me see, food stamp benefits. Okay,
What
here.
is food stamp supposed to say, so I can look it up too?
It's a Snap. Snap will take you there. So it says just go to www.usa.gov / food-stamps. And in here, you should be able, let's see, how about get emergency food assistance? Let me see what this is. These are different programs. I don't think this is part of what I'm looking for. So there's your disaster DSNAP, DSNAP. That's a disaster supplemental nutrition. Anybody qualifies for that. Apply for emergency food assistance. Let me see if that's the one. Let's see. How to apply? No.
I just want to wait, just like real quick. I'm not going to say anything like, just in general about what we're doing right now. I understand that this is like really boring, but like nobody does this. Okay.
Yeah.
It's really important.
No, of course. No, nobody does.
To source our information, and at the very least, I think for all of our sakes, be able to like tell someone where to find something.
I should have freaking wrote down all the links, bro. Honestly, I just never thought I was gonna come back into this thing because nobody listens to anyways. I give the information and they still don't believe me, bro. And I've had like 1,000 people here before and they still don't. Everybody on the right they do, but everybody that's on the Democratic side they don't care. Let's see, 461 million. Fuck, dude.
Well, I mean, we have to agree on something, right? Like, if we can't both look at a shovel and call it a shovel, then what's the point?
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised that it looks like the website's changed. I don't. This is not what the website looked like.
Well, what's supposed to be there?
Well, like when you go here, that you see the first page that we went to. Let's see. We can. Okay, so he can go here. Say, am I eligible for SNAP? Let's take a look and see what they say. So your household, let's see, must meet certain requirements to be eligible for SNAP and receive benefits. If your agency determines that you are eligible to receive SNAP, they didn't say shit about it. Let's see.
Is it more specific? specifically SNAP in relation to U.S. citizenship?
Yeah, there is a part that tells you, like they say, for example, me and you, right? We're citizens, and we go and look. My income doesn't qualify me, but yours does. And then it says options for if you have TPS, if you have asylum status. There is a different program. I just can't remember what the damn name is, and I don't think anybody's putting that shit in the chat. I don't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see. Okay, how long will I receive benefits? You receive notice that tells you how long. See, they don't give you the information straight up. They just kind of give you a little runaround. But let's see. How do I apply for SNAP?
Correct me if I'm wrong. SNAP is generally done by qualified non-citizens. So it's not about legal versus legal, or legal versus illegal in a moral sense, but about whether Congress has placed you in a specific statutory
Status, yes, correct.
Okay, so
Yeah.
U.S. citizens, including children, they can get SNAP benefits. Undocumented immigrants with no status are not eligible.
Yeah.
But qualified non-citizens, which where the nuance would be, they are eligible. Or some are eligible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Either immediately or after waiting period. So,
it's
refugees and asylees. This includes asylum granted, refugee status, withholding of removal, Cuban or Haitian entrants, or certain trafficking victims.
You're in the right place.
And this is intentional because these groups are treated as humanitarian entrants and not economic migrants.
Correct. So anybody that has a status, even though they're not legal, anybody has a status. Remember when they go to the, we always talk about going through the court, right? So that you can seek asylum or whatever. When the judges just extend the stay, they don't have to prove that they have asylum, because the extension, they actually can get those benefits. It's a temporary, but the temporary can be 10 years. That's not temporary. That's crazy. Okay, so here, this is what it says. Generally, to qualify for SNAP, non-citizens must meet one of the following: have lived in the United States for at least 5 years, be receiving disability-related assistance or benefits, be children under 18. Additionally, these individuals must also satisfy other SNAP eligibility requirements, such as income and resource limits, in order to qualify for benefits. If certain members of the household are ineligible for SNAP, state agencies must still determine eligibility for SNAP for any remaining household members who are seeking assistance. So technically, what they would do is, like, if I say, for example, I want to apply for benefits, and I want to add your 5 illegal children to my list, I'll just put their names on there, and that's it. And if they ask for social security number, they will always tell you to update that information.
Are they illegal, or were they born in the United States?
Yeah, if I don't have a social security, they're illegal, bro.
Wait, I thought. Wait, so is birthright citizen? Do we just not? Wait, there's a difference between, like, this isn't a thing and this should not be a thing, right? Like, are we saying children who are parents who give birth to children that are undocumented? I'm sorry, I'm saying this completely wrong. I'm sure you know what I'm saying, right? Like, if undocumented immigrants give birth to children in the United States,
yeah,
and they are by natural birthright citizenship, they are U.S. citizens, and they have social security numbers.
They should have a social security number. Yeah, when they're born, they get one.
Okay, they get one. Okay, do you think they should get one?
I don't know what number they give illegal children.
Do you think natural birthright citizenship should be a thing? Like, should the children of undocumented immigrants who are born in the United States get social security numbers?
No, because to me they're not citizens.
Why not?
Because the citizenship of the child is the father's citizenship.
Hold up, wait. The citizenship
of the child is the father's citizenship.
Why does it have to be determined by the father?
Well, I mean, it could be the mother as well.
Okay, well then I'll ask, why? I don't mean that maliciously. I'm just like, I don't know. I couldn't think of why.
Do you? So this is why they mentioned the slave the slave African people, right? This is what they were arguing in the court with Trump when they talk about the slavery times, about the black people, that they were not considered blah 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 American citizens. Even in slavery, if you were born in the United States, you're born a free man or a woman, or you can buy your freedom, right? So a woman that was legal, a woman that is a citizen, a free black woman, has a child, that child becomes American, right? Now it does. It didn't back then, but they just born free, but they're not actual American voters. But if the father was still a slave,
to give birth in a free state.
yeah, I think that might. Well, that's different. Yeah, I guess if they're not slave, that's different. But let me see how I can search this so I can give you a better example, because I can't find the links that I have for that before. It gives me a 404 error. Shit, and I used to have it for. I don't want to go through all that shit.
Well, let's look at. Actually, I'm just curious. How many first world countries had birthright citizenship?
Yeah, let's see.
Not to say that just because everyone else does it, we should do it. I'm actually genuinely curious. How many? Oh wow. Sweden, Norway, and Finland don't have that. Interesting. Why?
Let's see. Key examples. Countries with strong birthright citizenship: the Americas, the U.S., Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Panama, Honduras, Guatemala, Cuba, Salvador, and most Central American Caribbean nations generally grant citizenship to nearly all birth in this territory. France grants citizenship if born in France to at least one French parent or a foreign parent also born in France. What the hell? Okay, so I'm gonna tell you why it's easy for me to see it that way. Okay, because a lot of people fight me with this whole constitutional thing, but
well, yeah, it says right here in the 14th Amendment that like birthright citizenship it's encoded in the Constitution.
Right.
Like we'd have to go through Congress to amend the Constitution, right?
So
like,
what does it mean to you?
Unilaterally.
Yeah. So what does it mean to you when you hear jurisdiction of the of such territory? What do you hear? What do you think that means to you?
They are a legal subject to the state, meaning
Correct.
they must be a citizen. They must
Legal.
be legally recognized.
Correct. That's right.
Yeah.
Illegal immigrants are not.
Yeah, but it says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction. It says and subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Yes.
So it's not even okay.
And illegal doesn't have jurisdiction in there. So if they have a baby there, they have no jurisdiction. That child is not a citizen. Now the only reason.
Okay, so we can say the parent doesn't have jurisdiction, maybe, but
and the child belongs to who? Does the child belong to the government or to the parents?
What does belong mean here? That's a very important term.
I'm sorry.
Like when we talk about belong, we're talking about like it could either be a really legalistic understanding or it could be a moralistic understanding, right?
Well, here the reason why it's clear to me is because
this is not really clear to me at all.
Yeah, because you were born here, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. So when I became a citizen, what they told me, and they said, according to the Constitution, right, my jurisdiction is my nationality here in the United States of America, it's American. That's my given jurisdiction to me as an American citizen, naturalized American citizen. And they said any child, of course, pending a paternity test, any child that I have, whether born in any other country in the world, pending a paternity test, it's automatically an American citizen because of my citizenship. So they get jurisdiction because I have jurisdiction in this country.
Wait. Can I look this up? Can I look up like this law?
Yeah, let's look it up. Because this is what they told me, and I laughed. Let's see. Let me see. Let's see. Naturalized.
Let's say you're a naturalized citizen. Right?
Yeah, naturalized citizens that have children. Let's see if that works. That have children abroad. I think that should give me something. Let me see what it does.
Naturalized citizens that have children above legal status of.
Yep. Naturalized U.S. citizens can transmit citizenship to children born abroad, but it's not automatic. The citizen parent must meet a specific physical presence requirements, usually 5 years in the U.S. or 2 years after age 14 before the child's birth. And the child obtains citizenship by filing for a consular report of a birth abroad, and a U.S. embassy, consulate, or later using form, blah, 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 is residing overseas. This process provides proof of citizenship, like a passport, for required document presence in the U.S. by the parent, or transfer citizenship at birth.
Okay, so that sounds like they do that, but they do that with a lot of rules. Like, that doesn't just happen naturally. Like, that
You have to prove that they're yours, and you have to prove that you were not a minor when you when you made that child abroad.
Yeah, but then it sounds like they also have to make the effort to become a U.S. citizen, right? Like,
No, they just have to be registered. Practically all the application is to make sure that they are registered legitimately in the system into our country as an American citizen. Like, for example, when I became an American citizen, because I wasn't born here, my birth certificate is from Honduras, right? So I had to file an application. I think it was N500 or something like that. And so I had to get fingerprinted. I had to go through the whole process, even though I'm already me, right? I already have a birth certificate from Honduras and all this other stuff. So I had to go through the whole process that the government needs in order for documentation to show a trail of how I became an American citizen, from entry to the country to the application to green card, the time that I was a green card holder, and the application of citizenship, and to the day of when I received my diploma or certification of citizenship. It is the same thing. They still have to do a documented process to go through it. But if they are proved that they're your kids, they're automatically citizens. When the guy told me this, I was like, really? Seriously? He's like, yeah, well, pending a birth certificate, what is it? I forgot the word already. Pending a paternity test. And so when I read the Constitution, right, because I have to study the Constitution in order for me to go do my test for my citizenship.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So, yeah, correct. So I had to study it, and then they gave me 20 questions, right, about, the government and all that stuff. So I had to memorize all this stuff because they can ask me randomly. Just like a test at school, right? Hey, read this book, and then come over here and tell me what happened when this, and that happened, right? You have to know the answer.
Oh, man, don't even get me started on
yeah, so
about that teaching model, but yeah.
Do you see all the stuff that you guys miss out on by being born here? There's a lot of civic duties that we have to do. We have to go put our fingerprints like 7 times.
Because we're just born here.
That's
I'm
it.
not going to say it's fair.
It's a privilege.
You should probably know about this just because it's a perceived important issue, but
yeah. No, but you know what? What I'm going to take from this is, I'm so pissed that I don't have the links. I'm going to look it up, okay? And if this ever comes up again, I am going to pull up my Word document.
I would, if you do anything tonight, I hope to God you save a notepad that has every single link for every single claim that you ever make ever.
I will probably email it to myself so that it's there permanently. But yeah, if that helps, man, I'm for it. But like I said, the reason why I give up on it is because people don't listen anyways, man. It doesn't matter what I say. With this whole, when I talk about the freedom of speech, right? Every time that I try to explain freedom of speech is, remember that you have freedom of speech, but it also says that you are supposed to be responsible with it. And you're supposed to protest peacefully.
So
yeah, correct. Yeah, it's like Spider-Man, right?
Speech, like, I'm sure we can both agree, if you have the freedom of speech, you can't lie with impunity, right?
Well, yeah, people lie all the time.
You can't just lie. Or you probably shouldn't do that.
You're not supposed to. But a lot of people do.
Supposed to, but I would argue if you lie and then justify lying with, well, it's my freedom of speech, I'd say that's immoral.
Yeah. But that's only if you believe in God, though. A lot of people don't believe in God.
No, I don't. Well, I don't think you have to do that to say, well, if you're lying and then saying, well, I have the right to say it, I think that's kind of a bad reason to. But that's neither here nor there.
I think you'll never have a conviction. That's how I see Democrats. And I'm not talking about like people like us, because I was a Democrat. I'm talking about the politicians, right? The government, the Democrats on the government. They lie to you like it's nothing. It's the truth.
If they lie to us like nothing, my question for the president is, how do I know he's not lying too?
Look what he's doing. If he tells you that he went to...
Okay, my understanding for what he's doing is he's deploying the National Guard, right?
To who? Against who?
It doesn't matter against who, with whose consent.
No, it does matter because the Constitution says he can.
No, not without the governor's consent. Would we like to look it up?
The governor the governor is the commander in chief, but there is an emergency act. If the governor does not, see, you have to understand this. Here, I'm going to give you an example here, Washington State. Okay, I'm going to give you an example with Washington State.
It's an emergency, right?
It's a state emergency, but wait. If I want to say it like this, the Constitution here in Washington State, the Constitution of the United States of America overrides the state constitution. So the commander-in-chief of the National Guard for the state, of course, is the governor, right? If there's an emergency state, right? If the governor fails to protect its citizens, then the president should be able to, right, under an emergency act, should be able to deploy the National Guard. Because what's the whole idea about this whole domestic and foreign, issues, right? Should the president just sit by and do nothing when the American citizens in a specific state are being violated and just being destroyed and have no freedoms while they let criminals and all these other people get away with everything?
Absolutely not. But I'll ask you a question that's a mirror to that. Why do you think we have the Second Amendment?
Do you want to?
I think we rebelled against King George.
Yeah, but would you like me to use my Second Amendment instead of hoping for the president to take action?
I'm not saying you have to use the Second Amendment. I'm saying we have the Second Amendment partially because of property rights, partially because we don't want another tyrannical ruler.
That's
to use
right.
The federal government
yes,
willy-nilly.
Correct.
Right.
And yeah,
so
but
then when someone declares an emergency as a president of the United States, they have to demonstrate that it is a genuine emergency, right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Then my next question would be, where's the evidence for it being a genuine emergency?
When I see rioters like Antifa going out there and throwing bricks at our federal ICE agents, I will call that an emergency.
Okay, I would also call January 6th an emergency.
Well, I will also call it up a setup and a coup. And I think that when the president offered 10,000 troops, they should have taken it.
What'd you say?
It was a setup and a coup.
It was a setup? Wait, how was it
by the Democrats.
How was it set up?
Oh, it's a setup because we have videos of people being handcuffed, supposedly because they're rioting. They're welcome into the building. They're uncuffing them and high-fiving them.
The buildings. You know who was charged for seditious conspiracy because they broke into the Capitol?
Who?
The Proud Boys. Let's go look it up.
Well, I don't care about the Proud Boys, but they arrested thousands of Americans.
They were let into the Capitol. That's a pretty big claim, right?
Yes, they were let in there. The police allowed them to be in there. They removed a lot of those videos, bro. They don't have those videos anymore.
You don't have to review the videos. You can look at the court cases. Let's look up Proud Boys break into January 6th Capitol.
Yeah, well, Proud Boys is not just all of Americans.
Yeah, that's Proud Boys.
Proud Boys don't represent me.
Okay, that's great.
I don't care about the Proud Boys. What I can tell you is that Nancy Pelosi was offered 10,000 National Guard troops for protection. They wanted these people to break in. They wanted the violence to happen.
That's a question of interpretation.
No. Well, I want to prove it to you.
Okay.
Minnesota.
Minnesota
Prove me wrong. What do Democrats do in Minnesota?
I don't know. What did they do? Tell me.
ICE agent just shot somebody in Minnesota. What do Democrats do?
I don't know. What did they do?
Democrats set up people. They set up Americans to go and stand against authority.
Can you tell me how it's a setup?
Because Nancy Pelosi knew that there was going to be people coming into the Capitol.
Can you demonstrate that she knew?
She said it. She said it. I knew it.
Okay, point me in the direction. What did she say?
Listen to her daughter's documentary. That's it. Find her daughter's documentary. Yes, her daughter made a documentary about it.
Okay, what's the documentary called?
Shit, I don't know. What's her daughter's name?
Okay. Do you see how this might be a little frustrating?
Well, hey, listen. So here, I'm gonna tell you.
You say these things that I think are really.
But I'm gonna tell you something. This is what my show is about, right? You have your opinion. If you question me, it's because you have proof of the opposite. But if you're going to question me, wait a minute.
What you're saying is really important.
Yeah, well, look it up if you don't believe me. You either believe me,
Look it up. You're the one who's saying it.
because that's what I believe.
Wait. Just with a quick analogy, if a scientist says this vaccine is good, and then people start questioning them with reasonable questions like, "Are you sure this is good?"
Yeah.
And the scientist says, "You prove it. Go look it up yourself."
I do.
Is that a reasonable response?
I did. Yeah, I did. We questioned the vaccine, and we said, what if there is side effects that can kill me? They said, go to the website.
Okay.
So we did.
Okay, I'm saying, if the scientist tells you the vaccine is good, okay,
Yeah.
and people reasonably question
Uh-huh.
the validity of the vaccine, and then the scientist says, go look it up yourself, what do you think your reaction is going to be?
Well,
You're not gonna
how
say,
much? Okay.
Well, you're not going to say you're the scientist. Why can't you communicate this to me?
So that's why I'm saying to you, how much are you paying me to do this? What you have to understand is I'm giving you my opinion and my information. I always say, don't believe what I say. Go research it if you question it. So if you're gonna give me a fact and then ask me to go look for my fact, that's not how it works.
I asked for the $400 billion number. You told me to go look it up. How's that fair? I'm not the one who said the $400 billion immigration spending figure. How's that fair?
Do you think that that everything is going to be put online? You think that if I find it online, it's true or not? If it makes sense to me, I'm going to accept it.
Multiple sources that corroborate it.
Listen, I know how to do taxes, and I can tell you, every time I go to the agency to do my taxes, illegal immigrants are doing their taxes. Do you think they go over there for a freaking photo op? No, they go to do their taxes. They don't even speak English, and they go in with their children. So as I said to you, this is what happens in Washington State. That's what I said, Washington State. What state are you in? And then you research what happens in your state. But here in Washington State, yes, they do. They're not supposed to, but they do. Their ITIN number allows them to do their tax returns because this is how they report the taxes. Now, I'm giving you an example. If I tell you this, here, I'm going to tell you this, and this is not even going to be even close to the number. I always give people this example.
Well, I don't know where the number comes from, so that's a little frustrating.
Well, if I pay $2,800 in taxes and I got $10,000 in taxes, how much is that deficit?
I'm sorry, can you say the numbers again?
If I pay $2,800 in taxes and I get $10,000 back in taxes, what's the deficit?
$10,000 back in taxes?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
I don't know. What goes into a deficit?
Well, if I'm getting $7,000 back, if I'm getting $7,000 back,
What deficit is made of. I wouldn't assume right off the bat that the deficit is made up of whatever 10,000 minus 2,800 is.
my friend, I'm getting $7,000 back. Just me. Just one person, one family. $7,000 back.
Okay, that sounds like a...
That's free money.
Legitimate, that sounds like a refund.
That's a deficit. That's a deficit to the taxes that you're supposed to pay.
Okay, hold on. I'm a little confused. I'm going to look up what a deficit is.
Negative.
A deficit happens when the government spends more money than it brings in during a given period.
Okay, so what would be that deficit on the tax return? You pay taxes, but you get more than what you paid. That's a deficit to the government, not to you.
You get more than...
Yeah, so I pay $3,000, I get $7,000, I get $10,000, so I guess I get $7,000 back, meaning that the $3,000 I actually didn't pay.
Okay, so you're implying that, like, this is the case, that, like, people are
Yes.
paying $2,800 and then they're getting $7,000 back in refunds?
Yes.
How?
Exactly. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to be able to do that, but they do.
Exactly. I'm asking, if you're the one asserting that this is happening, I need to be shown, or, like, point me in the direction.
Finger, I can't go tell you who these people are. I'm telling you what I see myself in person. This is not something they publicize on the website. They're not going to do that.
What do you mean something that you see in person? Like, can you elaborate on
What
that?
I just told you. If I go do my taxes,
people who are filing filing their taxes.
Yes.
They're saying they paid $2,800 in taxes, and their refunds are $7,000
Yes. Why is it so hard to believe?
because our eyes can lie to us. The Earth looks flat.
All right, look, man. I know people myself that do that.
What does that mean?
I know people that do that, and it pisses me off that they get all this money back, as in meaning that they didn't pay any taxes. That's the point. I can't believe you never seen that.
Okay, wait. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it on the condition that you can give me any sources or any information that points me in the direction that you're talking about.
Here, hold on.
All I care about at the end of the day is whether or not you can point me in the direction and I can go look at it.
Okay, it's good. You can go ahead and look $400 billion to undocumented. So that way you can understand that it's not just that they're getting tax refunds.
That's the general figure. You just said a specific claim. You're saying people are getting thousands of dollars more than what they're paying in.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
How much? Okay, it's $3,000 income, child income, earned income, $3,000 per child. If you got 3 children, that's $9,000 by itself. You fall under a bracket when you do taxes, meaning that you also get credit for the amount of people that you have. Dependents also gives you credit.
Okay, if it's $3,000 per child, do we want to look up how much it costs to take care of the average child in the United States?
Exactly. And if they are getting help through health care, how much money is that going to add up?
Help through health care.
Oh, my God, dude. Fuck. We know this. They're not supposed to, but they do. That's the problem.
How? If they literally can't because they don't have an SSN, right? The government can't identify them. Unless we're talking about SNAP benefits.
Okay, look. Go look. $400 billion to undocumented. Just go do me that favor and go look that up.
Okay, I'll look it up. $400 billion in what?
To undocumented. Read the general, bro. I can't fucking explain every single detail of the number.
I'm not asking for.
Yes, you are. I just told you that I know that a family of 4.
I didn't ask you to tell me every single person that receives every single.
Okay, but I gave you one example. Should that not be enough?
That example was anecdotal. I don't know if that's.
It's not anecdotal, bro. I just told you. This is real life. I know this for a fact, personally.
Okay, if it's real life, then I think you should be able to prove it.
How am I going to prove it? Either you take my word or you don't.
By giving me a story.
Okay, here, you tell me something. Tell me a truth that I don't know.
A truth? Wait, what does this have to do with what we're talking about?
You can't prove it to me. That's the point. You cannot prove it to me.
What are we talking about? I just asked where you got the $400 billion from, and you're telling me to go look it up.
Let's take a look. My wife is getting tired of your retardedness. Let me listen to this real quick.
Stuart, we have new numbers, a new report from the U.S. House Committee on Homeland Security Majority. They say the price tag per year is $451 billion. That is both for the housing and care of the asylum seekers as well as those known gotaways. Stuart, we have new numbers, a new report from the U.S.
Is this from Fox News?
What does that matter? It doesn't matter where it's coming from.
I think it matters. Do you know about a lawsuit they were in that cost them $787.5 million to Dominion Voting Systems?
Yeah, which they're about to get back.
It is the largest.
They are going to get paid back.
In media history.
Yeah, they're going to get paid back.
The one that paid that money.
Yeah, they're going to pay back. Trust me.
Does it not? Oh, okay, hold on. How do you measure the credibility of a news station?
Well, bro, fuck, man. I gave you, look, listen, I gave you an example.
$787.5 million in a defamation suit. Does that not say anything about the they were sued almost $1 billion for lying?
Okay, and where do you get your information from? Show me your truth information. No, that case doesn't mean jack. That just means somebody won and somebody lost.
Wait, what happened to the courts? I thought the courts meant everything.
Yeah, well, the courts are crooked. I know that.
Okay, how do you determine whether or not the courts are crooked?
Bro, you're not answering my question. How do you determine that? This is a rhetorical question. How do you determine that?
How do I determine whether or not the courts are crooked?
Yeah, you got to take it in faith, right? Just because they won doesn't mean they're right. Just like people say Donald Trump never got shot, and he did. Somebody else died behind him. But people still say he didn't get shot.
Wait, people say Donald Trump didn't get shot?
That's right. They say it was fake. They say it was fake. They said it was some ink that he put on his hand and put on his ear.
Wow.
So anyway, my point is, I gave you an example, right? Now look at the number. I give you one example, and you can use whatever code in whatever state you want. Okay, I shouldn't be contemplating this too much because I'm not going to be able to convince you on anything. I give you an example on a family of 4 that get $10,000 in tax returns when they pay $2,800 a year in taxes. You don't believe that? Imagine that. I am paying $3,000.
Wait. Why do you think I don't believe it?
Because you want me to prove to who the person is. But listen to this amount.
No, I want you to. That example is great. Okay, I want you to point me in the right direction, or tell me what I can look up so I can verify this in real life.
Well, you can go ahead and make your own figures.
Why do I have to do that? You're the one who said the example.
Yes, and my example is my example is factual and true. This is a small scale. If I tell you,
that it's factual and true doesn't help alleviate my
puta
problem.
madre finger, listen before you actually talk. You're just hearing. You're not listening.
Okay, what are you saying?
I'm gonna say this one last time, bro.
Okay.
A family pays $3,000. Dude, it's like fucking telling my wife a joke that she doesn't get. A family pays $3,000 in taxes. They get $10,000 in tax refunds. That is $7,000. That's more than twice the amount of what they paid in taxes. If somebody pays $100 billion in taxes on the illegal immigrants, like these illegal immigrants that are collecting this money right now, these tax refunds, what is the difference of the money that they're going to get back if their families, and I'm just talking about 3, family of 4. How much money do you think? Anywhere between $300 to $400 billion is my calculation. Now, if you want to find out about that number, they're not going to give you that number. Now, they tell you in Fox it's $451 billion, now paying annual costs. I told you to look up money for $400 billion for undocumented. It breaks it down. Deporting, healthcare, it breaks everything that illegal or undocumented people get. That's what you don't understand. You think that they're just getting these tax refunds, but that's not what I'm talking about. They get tax refunds and all the cost that it takes for us to handle all these illegal immigrants is the cost that I'm talking about. That's how it adds up to $451 billion. It says just in U.S. taxpayers now pay an annual cost of $451 billion for housing and supporting undocumented immigrants. It's not that they get all this money cash and they can go home. No, this is how much we're spending by having them here. So them paying $100 billion doesn't mean jack shit when they're using $451 billion, well, when we're using $451 to take care of them. Whether by deporting them, while they're giving them housing, it says right there, housing and supporting.
Okay.
All this stuff comes into play.
Just to prove that I'm being good faith and I'm listening to you, okay? Can I do that?
Go ahead.
You said family pays, for example, this is an example, family pays $3,000 in taxes, right? There's $10,000 in refunds. That's $7,000 that's supposedly coming out of nowhere.
Sure, 2/3 more. Yeah.
We shouldn't be giving them that money.
Right. Correct.
Okay, and then I looked up the $400 billion in undocumented money, the money that we're spending on undocumented immigrants, right? That's $400 billion?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Over how many years is that estimate coming from?
$400 to $600 billion over 20 years. I'm sorry, did you think that was adding the 21 million illegal immigrants that came in here in the last year or two? That's not including that.
No. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So add 21 million illegal immigrants to that. How much do you think that would be? I think that you can do that in 1 year.
I don't know how much.
21 million, man. That's a population of 32 states at least in the United States of America.
21 million. I don't know. That's a big number.
That's a fucking huge number.
400 billion is a bigger.
This is more. It's more than 400 billion. I think.
Approximately 400 billion.
I think it's more than that, but I mean, we can always exaggerate and throw all these numbers out there, but shit, dude, we can only speculate. They're never going to give us the numbers, bro. Look at the websites that they don't have. I can't find them anymore. They're not. I don't know if they change it. Does anybody know if there's a different link for the California healthcare? Because I know that at first they had 2.2. This is Newscom, okay? They had 2.2 or 2.4.
Newscom? Wait, why do you say Newscom?
Oh, that's what I call him for being cute.
Wait, why?
Because he put this budget out.
Camaraderie? Are we just like calling people names?
Sure, why not?
Why? That's not helpful.
You want me to call him the White Devil?
More upset.
You want me to call him the White Devil?
I just want to call him Gavin. I just want to call him Mr. Newsom.
Okay, you call him Mr. Newsom. You call him Mr. Newsom. I call him Newscom. Everybody calls my. Hey, listen. Everybody calls my president Cheeto, the Orange Man. What's the other one?
Those people either.
Oh, it's okay.
I think everyone should stop calling each other names.
We need to be able to insult each other sometimes. Just not disrespectfully.
Why? What do you mean just not disrespect? Okay.
Forget it. Why are you looking so deep? Stop getting emotional on that. Well, we're trying
Because
to.
it's not helpful. I don't like. If we're gonna take each other seriously, why are we calling each other new scum and sleepy and shifty shift?
Because it's funny. That's why I use it.
Because it's funny.
Yeah, I think it's funny. And I'm going to tell you something. Let me tell you something. I call him new scum, but the words that I want to use I can't say on the phone. And the reason why I can't say him on the phone is because he is more than scum. He is more than garbage. He's less than garbage to me. This guy is so evil, has destroyed California single-handedly, has become. He is disgusting, bro. Yeah, he's disgusting. He's disgusting. See, you should have just let me call him new scum.
No, okay. Look, it's really hard. Okay, personally for me, it's really hard to take anyone seriously when they start moralizing.
Okay,
No
so
offense to you.
then never take me seriously.
I don't think I'm being irrational when I say that.
Yeah, but that means that, see, if I'm calling you that, I will understand that because you haven't insulted me. But Newscom hasn't done anything for me or the American people. So I have no respect for him. And when I have no respect for somebody, I call them names. That's what I do. So
Why do you call them names?
Because I have no respect for him.
Call them out on their disrespectful behavior. I don't know why you have to call them names.
I just told you because I don't respect them. Here,
Wait, so if they're being mean and they're being a bully, I don't know. I would never teach this to my child. If they're being a bully, you just be a bully back.
Sometimes you got to punch the bully in the nose. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Who taught you that? Who taught you to just let the bullies bully you?
That's not what I said.
That's what it sounded like. So yeah, if a bully bullies you, punch him back. Here, check this out. I got
Self-defense is the last resort.
I don't know if it's self-defense. It's just teaching them a lesson. I got a link from Trinity here. Ready? This is from the New York Post. Let's see what they say. I haven't read this, by the way.
New York Post?
Yeah. Do you trust the New York Post?
Doesn't matter. All I care about is whether or not what they're saying is true.
I don't trust them either, but we won't say nothing. All right.
All I care about, I'll say with I don't know, do you know about the Paul Pelosi stuff?
Hey, Bernil, what's up, buddy?
Video posted.
The who, the what?
I'm only saying this as an example. The only thing I care about is whether or not I can access the actual body cam video. Whoever article posted, I don't care.
What was the article?
What?
What was the article? I was saying, I was greeting my friend Bernil in the chat. What did you just say?
Oh, I was talking about, I was demonstrating as an example. It doesn't matter what article it comes from as long as I can somehow get to the original source, if I can.
What if you don't have it? What would you do then if there's no footage, no audio, nothing? Would you just believe that person?
Well, let's analogize it. If everyone's saying this rock is blue, okay, and I can't go see the rock for myself for whatever reason, maybe I'm wheelchair bound or whatever, or I'm bedridden, okay. Let's say everyone's saying this rock is blue, based off of past experience, okay, and other things they've said that I have been able to confirm, maybe I can trust them, right?
Okay.
Well, if in past experience I've been able to confirm what they say for myself, and turns out they've been lying, I don't know if I can trust them if they say the rock is blue.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so that's where I'm at. So if Trump says that he was going to do something and he didn't, then I can see why you don't believe him, right? So I agree with that. I agree with that. All right. So it says here, Americans could pay up to $451 billion to care for migrants who enter the U.S. illegally, but have been released into the country or escaped from custody, according to a new report due out Monday from House Republicans and obtained exclusively by the Post. Every day, millions of Americans' taxpayer dollars are sent on costs directly associated with illegal immigration and unprecedented crisis at the southwest border sparked by the Department of Homeland Security, right, DHS. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas' policies, the Homeland Security Committee interim staff reports. Only a small fraction is ever recouped from the taxes paid by the illegal aliens, which again, remember, they're not supposed to be able to work without a Social Security? Well, we figured out that they can with an ITIN number. Now you know that, right? So
yeah, they can, but they can't take from Social Security, right?
no, they don't. They're not. Well, they're not supposed to. I haven't noticed anything about that. I don't think.
They literally can't because they don't have an SSN.
Yeah, well, again, they're allegedly they don't. They're not supposed to. Now I haven't looked into that, so I don't know if they can.
They can't. You need an SSN to get Social Security benefits, right? They can't take out of something if the requirement is you need an SSN.
Well, it's not just the SSN. You have to be a citizen to be able to get that.
Yeah, and how do you get a
So residents don't.
Citizens, they don't have SSNs.
Yeah, residents don't get retirement like that. The residents don't get that retirement, that Social Security money when they retire. Only citizens do. That's why a lot of residents they try to be citizens because otherwise they just don't get that benefit, and they can't vote. So there's two things that I can think of right there. So anyway, so you see the thing, right, that I tell you. So I see people, and trust me, I know a lot of illegal immigrants over here. I'm just not calling ICE on them, but I know that they do.
Wait, just real quick. You're saying I know. Is this anecdotal?
No, this is true.
This your personal experience?
Yes, here in Washington State, yes.
Okay, no offense. I don't care about your personal experience.
I didn't get the money.
I would expect you to hold me to the same standard. If I started talking about my personal experience, I'd be like, dude, I don't care about your personal experience.
Okay, fair enough.
Or an article or something that you can point me to that everyone else is talking about.
So fair enough. Okay. So again, you bring the Social Security. We're not talking about that information. We're talking about when you do your tax, when you file your taxes. What taxes are you filing?
It's generally state and federal, right?
Are you sure? What taxes are you filing when you're filing taxes? What are you doing in your tax return? Huh?
Like the form?
No, what taxes are you filing? They already have your record on your Social Security, all the money that you have been putting in. You input it on there, but what actual taxes, legal taxes, are you reporting? Federal taxes. So when you pay into the federal tax system, why are you filing for? Why do you think we have to file?
As a refund.
Well, no, it's not for a refund.
What is required? Do you think the people who pay into it should probably get a refund?
If it's federal taxes, they do.
If they pay more, if they pay more than they need to.
Okay, so there you go. So when the reason why it's illegal to work without a permit, right? Is taxes is a big thing. Taxes are supposed to be given to people that actually are supposed to get refunds. So if you file federal taxes, if you are porting in to the federal taxes, that is part of your contribution in here. And according to the distribution of wealth that everybody keeps saying that we're not socialist at all, but we are. We have socialist programs that are in place. People get money back.
Hold on, just real quick. You're saying we have socialist programs?
They what?
You said something about socialist?
That is a socialist thing, to distribute wealth, yes.
Okay, real quick, the socialist stuff won't work on me, dude. I don't believe in any of that stuff, only because socialism has only been is only in theory, okay? And maybe we can say the USSR and whatever has been socialist, but I don't know what metric we would measure by which something to be socialist.
I just told you.
It would have to be really but anyway, whatever you
say.
I
just told you the measure. It's very simple.
Well, what's the measure?
Everybody throws their taxes in there.
How do you determine whether or not something is socialist?
Distribution.
Distribution to who?
of everybody else's wealth according to their need.
Who is everybody?
I know. I don't know.
No,
What
that's a really specific question.
even my wife is getting mad at you.
Everybody was the German people. That's why they didn't do anything for the Jews.
Ay, man, these people. Forget about race and gender, all that shit, man. Just think taxes. Just think numbers. Everybody that pays federal freaking taxes, bro. Everybody. If you are at a certain bracket status for taxes, you might not get taxes back. Like the rich never get a refund. Middle class never get a refund. The poor get refunds. Anybody pitching into the federal taxes bank, this is where everybody's money goes in. When it comes back, is redistributed. That is a socialist thing.
Wait, what's redistributed?
Our taxes. If I pay more taxes because I make more dollars and you pay less taxes and get more dollars, all right, that's it. I can't explain it anymore.
Okay, no, I think I understand what you're saying.
So that's just part of socialism.
Pay more into it and they don't get a refund, right? But other people, but poor people, okay, they
Yes.
pay into it, but they get refunds.
So they take money from people to give it to other people.
I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
The only reason you get a refund is if you pay more than you're supposed to as an individual, right? Isn't that the whole point of a tax refund?
But the whole tax refund is not a tax refund. You're just filing taxes. You don't file taxes. You don't file taxes to get money back. You file taxes to make sure that you pay the correct taxes. If you get a refund, that's nice. But that's not why you file taxes. Poor people file taxes to get refunds, okay? Like when I file taxes, I want some money back.
Yeah, if you get a refund, that means you paid more than you needed to, right?
And that it depends on how much.
Wait. I want you to look this up on stream. What is a tax refund?
Why? Read it to me. If you already found it, just read it.
Let's look it up. What is a tax refund?
Yeah.
What is a tax refund?
There you go. You type faster than me. You do it.
Refunds. Let's see. IRS.gov. If you paid more through the year than you owe in tax, you may get money back. Even if you didn't pay tax, you may still get a refund if you qualify for refundable credits.
Yep.
To get your refund, you must file. Oh, that's just procedural stuff. But mainly, if you paid more not just everyone else, you paid more through the year than you owe in tax, you may get money back. That's a refund.
Here, look, Kamala on the chat says an ITIN number is issued by the IRS to people who are not eligible for a Social Security number, right? We know that.
I said that ages
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
I acknowledge that.
And so you can file federal tax returns with an ITIN number. You can receive,
taxes, right?
that means that you can receive a tax refund by check or direct deposit.
Because it's possible that you could overpay and you would need a refund, right?
But did you miss the whole point of illegal immigrants?
Do illegal immigrants with ITINs, okay, if they're paying taxes, do they deserve a refund?
They don't deserve to work, period. So they shouldn't be paying.
And we don't want them to contribute to the economy and pay for taxes because they could get refunds. So we just want to get rid of all of them?
Yes, every single one of them.
Okay, so then what do you do with the children of illegal immigrants who were born in the United States?
Exactly.
No, that's my question to you. What do you
Yeah,
do
no,
with
exactly. I told you that. I asked you before, who is the father?
illegal immigrant parents? What do you do with the children?
Who is the father of the child, the government or the parent? That's your answer. So no, if you know how to answer that question, you know how to interpret the Constitution for birthright citizenship.
Okay, are you asking this morally or legally?
No, both.
Who owns the child?
It makes sense to me. Both. The child belongs to the parents. The parents are illegal. If they belong to Mexico, that child belongs to Mexico as well with the parents' nationality. It's very simple to me. I don't know why people get confused with that. So should we blame the government for deporting the parents and leaving the child here? No, they should all be deported together. The child should never have been a citizen in the first place. That's why in June, we're going to get an answer to see how it happens. Now, if you were able to answer that question, you will be able to interpret the Constitution, because the Constitution was there to protect the rights, human rights of everybody. So the way that you protect the human rights of everybody is by making sure that family stays together. If you are illegal, there's 3 things that you're not supposed to do. 1, you don't come here illegally without permission. That calls for deporting immediately. If you work here illegally, that is also a sign, a reason to be deported immediately with a ban of 3 to 9 years, and maybe possibly permanently. If you make a child here while you are illegal, even though that child is born in this part of the hemisphere, it is illogical to give them a child who cannot fend for themselves citizenship in a country where they don't belong because the parents don't belong in that country. It does not make sense to me.
Parents to live with an ITIN, and be able to contribute to the economy, and be able to pay taxes and contribute to.
We don't need it.
American financial stability, or not stability, I guess.
They're not.
To contribute to American financials, you would rather, instead of them being here initially on their ITIN and having the possibility of becoming a naturalized citizen, instead of having them go through that process, which I agree they should go through that process. Instead of them having the possibility to do that, you would say deport them all?
Every single one of illegals, yeah. What's so hard to understand about that? I don't understand.
There's nothing hard to understand about it. I think we just have 2 different understandings of...
Yeah, I look out for the well-being of the American people. Yeah, no, I believe in the well-being of the American people and the rights that belong to Americans.
Okay, it's an important question to ask. Who is the American people? Who are we talking about?
Those who have citizenship.
Are you an American citizen?
Yes.
Why?
An adult.
Why? Why are you an American citizen?
Because I asked for permission. I asked for permission. I was allowed to come in. I requested to see if I qualify for a green card. I did. I requested citizenship. I was given the privilege to become an American citizen.
Sure, but you weren't born in the United States.
Yeah, what about it?
I mean, by my standard, if that's my standard, you're not an American citizen.
I'm adopted.
You were born here.
Okay, so who do you think has more rights to be a citizen? A son of illegal immigrants, or a person that actually has government permission federally and nationally recognition that I am a citizen?
People who are born here have government permission by the 14th Amendment. All persons born or
okay,
naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside.
Let's go with your little scenario that every American that thinks like you is wrong. No. Wait a minute. This is why we don't allow it.
Who is American?
You have to understand this. This is why we don't allow it. Because you're making anchor babies. That's why we call them anchor babies. Did you know that? That's why we don't want it. That's why we don't allow it. Just because you're pregnant and you make it across the border and your child is born here doesn't mean that you, the adult, get to become an American citizen as well. You don't have that privilege. You don't get to cut the line. Do you understand that? There is people that are respecting the law, waiting years to get their papers. Why should somebody that cuts the line gets it just because they can pop out a baby in this country?
Is anchor baby a legal category in the U.S. legal code I can look at?
No, it isn't.
That we talk about, or that we make legislation?
It isn't. It doesn't say in the Constitution if an illegal immigrant has a baby in this country, that person becomes a citizen. It doesn't say that. Remember, the Constitution is made for Americans.
Okay, the Americans were originally Englishmen.
Yes. And there was a battle, there was a war, there was treaties, there was borders created, there was government lifted, there was laws made. Things were put in place after all of that. Why do people keep bringing the damn past? The damn past has a history that laws were made. Every law is made to protect the nation. If we thought that everybody can come into this country, the laws will never be made.
Just white people, black people used to be just property.
But that's not today. That's what I'm saying. The law today is the law today.
In the future?
No. Bro. All right. Hey, man, thanks for calling. I can't be here with you all night, man. There's other people on the damn line.
Okay.
I agree to disagree. Thanks for calling, bud.
Herrera, We had a good conversation.
You were good. You know what? I will give you more time, but seriously, people are getting pissed off on me in the chat.
Don't forget, please don't forget Finger. I will always be here.
I will try to find that information so I can give you better things for you to look at. Okay?
I would love that. I could kiss you if you gave me that information.
Hey, whoa, none of that gay shit over here, bro. Come on, give me a call. Give me a call later.
Not that I'm gay.
You're good, bro. Don't worry about it. Hey,
have a good one.
You need to learn that I'm a joker. Okay? Be good.
Yeah.
Take care.
Take care.
Fucking Finger, man, drive me crazy. But I like it. He's right. He got me because I don't have this damn links. You know, I told myself that I was not going to talk about that anymore because I got sick of telling people that, you know, and even if bro, everything that I speak with of personal experience, to me, that's a fact. That is true. But he's also right. He's gay. But he's also right because people want to find the information for themselves so it can make sense. So I don't blame him for that. Finger, I'm going to call you Thomas. You know who Thomas is? Say yes if you know who Thomas is. If you don't, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what that is. Man, everybody in the chat was getting mad at me, bro. You almost got this this channel canceled. See, everybody's saying so gay. Yeah, much love to Finger, man. He was good. He was good. You guys think that I get mad at him when he's raising his voice at me? Hell no. I just that's just the way I talk. I'm not mad at him at all. Period. Get this link and I will be happy as a gay clam. I got you, bro. Let's see. I do not know who Thomas is. No, not Thomas Jefferson. When Jesus Christ, this is just a story in the Bible. This is what I believe, but you don't have to believe it. When Jesus Christ came back to the disciples, he said, the disciples asked him, Lord, is it you? And he says, yes, it is me. And Thomas, he says, Lord, if it's you, show me. And so Jesus showed him his hands, right, where the nail had crossed him, and he put his finger there and felt it. And then, you know, the stab or the spear on his rib. And then he says, Lord, right? And so Jesus says, blessed are those who believe. But there's people like Thomas, believe without seeing. But there's people like Thomas that they have to touch. They have to see it in order for them to believe. That's you. You're Thomas. But it's nothing wrong with you being curious. It's nothing wrong with you asking for the information. I think it's great. You got me because I don't have those links. And what's crazy is that looking for the same links that I have on my history, searching 404 error. You know, it's just the page doesn't exist. So, yeah, well, there goes that. Let me delete my history, by the way. I got so much shit in here. You were good, Finger. Don't worry. I'm not mad at you, man. But I will say this, brother. If you're going to be in this channel, you better get rid of some of these little emotions. Learn to use nicknames for everybody. People have nicknames for myself as well. Dosito, Dos wants to call in. All right, Dos, 5 minutes. At 5 minutes, I'm hanging up on your ass. Okay? All right, 5 minutes. Let's see what he wants to tell me. All right, go ahead, bud. Call it. We don't trust those teas. It's okay, man. Good questions. I think is great. Thank you guys for the help on the links. The New York Post is one of the good ones. I will say, forgive me for not being able to express it in a more simple or a better way. Okay, I express myself the way that I translate my Spanish to English. So I apologize about that. Maybe I'm not relaying the information the way I'm supposed to. Okay, Dos, is this you?
No, Dos.
Dos?
Nope, just another one of your viewers.
Okay, which one?
Seabird.
Seabird?
Yep.
Seabirch. Okay, I see you. What do you got for me? Comment? Question?
Well, I guess there's a few things that we could address here. I guess maybe the most straightforward one would be the Supreme Court case that
The one pending?
says that undocumented immigrants children of undocumented immigrants born in the United States are in fact U.S. citizens.
Yeah, they won't give you the result until June of this year, I think.
No, it's been decided in 1898, United States versus Wong Kim.
Oh, well, back then, maybe. I don't know that part. You said that's an amendment or something? I don't remember reading that in the Constitution.
It was a Supreme Court case.
Let me see. Let me see. I think that sounds familiar. 1898.
I'd encourage you to look it up while you're on stream.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it. You said what was the title? 1898. What? Undocumented children.
United States versus Wong Kim Ark.
That sounds familiar, actually. That was for the Chinese, I think, right? Kim Ark.
It was a Chinese. It was a Chinese. The child of two Chinese.
Yeah, I think. Okay. See, what a landmark Supreme Court case that affirmed birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment. Yeah, this is why people think that birthright is the right thing. But as you heard me talking to Finger, right? So one of the reasons why I think the court system is not going to be your final, that they should always be challenged, is because circumstances come up in different times. We're talking about 1898, bro. That's like 150 years ago, 127 years, 128 years ago. Things change. They didn't have a massive illegal invasion either, right? And the problem that we have is not that. Let's say the illegal, well, not the illegal. I'm sorry. Let's
Can I
say,
ask a clarifying question?
hold on. Let's say that the Democrats, right, or the people defending illegal immigrants, let's say they never complain about anchor babies, and they agreed with us deporting the illegal parents. Then we will never question that. Go ahead and ask me your question.
Well, I guess just a clarifying question. So essentially what you're saying, it sounds like you're agreeing that this Supreme Court case settled the question for the time. That this question's already been settled, but you're just saying it's been so long since it's been settled that it doesn't matter, and we need to take another look at it, is essentially what it sounds like you're saying.
Okay. What? Well, the part of you. Somebody has put this on the chat. Hold on. Somebody said the birthright was for freed slaves' babies. Yeah, but this is a Chinese, and I don't know if this was a slave thing as well. It might be. It might be.
Both parents were from China.
Okay. No, but were they slaves or they were free here?
Well, it was in 1898, so there was slavery had been abolished.
Okay. So I don't think that was the case. Okay, so according to that logic, right? Let's say it's okay. So what would happen in 1898 if they say, okay, Mr. Wong, your son or daughter is going to be a United States of American because they were born here. But what should happen to their parents if they never became citizens or residents or acquired legal status? What do you think should happen?
I guess I don't necessarily have an issue with the parents being deported if they're here illegally.
What about the child?
Well, can I get an answer to my original question, though?
Go ahead.
Would you agree that this Supreme Court case from 1898 does say that the children of non-citizens born in the United States are citizens?
According to that, do I agree with them? No, but that's what it says.
What it says, not that you agree with the
correct.
ruling.
Well, I don't agree with the court. I don't agree with the Supreme Court.
Right, but that's what the Supreme Court
Yeah,
said.
sure. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yep, I do.
And then what you're then saying as an addendum to that is...
it was abused.
This was in 1898. And
Yeah.
things have changed since then.
Yeah, we need migrants. 1898, we need migrants. Right now, we don't need migrants. Not that many. We have an economy to take care of.
Do you see a little bit of a discrepancy between how people on the right treat other constitutional issues?
Well, this is
that.
Do we have?
You're kind of saying the Constitution is like a living document.
Well, it can be changed. It can be changed according to what the need comes out, right? Does the Constitution have amendments?
Yes, but generally you see a lot of people on the right arguing that the Constitution isn't a living document.
Yeah. But we have amendments, yes?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Well, so we can change it, but we change it through amendments, and
Yeah.
then the Supreme Court interprets those.
Yeah.
and
So what
that's
would you change it? In this case, I agree with you. I'm with it. I'm okay with Mr. Wong King having a birthright citizenship son or daughter. I agree with that 100% in 1898. But today, after 100 years, do you think that because of what we see happening to our country being divided and destroyed between having we'll hear, like I said before from the beginning, right? Before I have you ask that question, I told you that because I wanted you to think about the question that you were going to ask me. So I mentioned to you that if we allow that and we deport the parents, Democrats and some Republicans, I will say that, just some people, right? Let's just say people, they bitched about the parents being deported because we're separating families. That's what the whole problem comes in. When Obama was doing it, nobody said anything, right? When President Trump did it the first, I always want to say semester, I don't know why. When President Trump did his first term, they started getting on him about that, and they said, "Oh, the kids on cages." Trump didn't do that. That was Obama, but they hated that idea. So, 128 years later, yeah, but 128 years later, we see that there is a problem that we have in the United States. It's causing a division. Now, every illegal immigrant is going to be against me. I get that. And a lot of citizens or other people that are in the community, they know Pedro is a great guy. They know, Tom is a great guy. But they are here illegally. So just because they, like we say in Spanish, se encariña, anybody in Spanish knows what that means. You don't speak Spanish, right? It's like...
I speak Spanish. I Spanish in high school.
Okay, so the word is encariñar. Encariñar means that I learned to love you in a way. So you know what I'm saying? It's like I don't love my neighbors, but I like my neighbors and I appreciate them, right? So you familiarize yourself with people. That's the word, I think. That's the word. That's a better word. You familiarize yourself with people, and so you're comfortable seeing them, but they're not supposed to be here. So when the law comes in, because they are here illegally, your first instinct is to fight it. The son can stay here because, obviously he's an adult now, I guess. And to be honest,
on a few different directions, but continue.
Well, no, the problem is that when you accept that 1898 14th Amendment, it creates a problem because it has been abused.
But
you see,
can you just ignore it because
no, too many.
You have decided that it creates a problem?
No, it's too many.
Before we can change the Constitution, I guess my response to that would be, yes, we can. And then how do you change the Constitution? It's either through
They
a
can change.
constitutional amendment.
They can change the law. They can do that.
Through a constitutional amendment, right?
Well, if they want to fulfill that 14th Amendment, they got to change the law. But they're not going to do that. Why do you think they won't change it? Let me see if you know. Why do you think they won't change the law? This is Democrats. By the way, let me just give you this little bit of info.
I guess the question, what I'm asking is, you say that the 1898 Supreme Court case isn't right for the times that we currently live in, and you say we can change the Constitution. But my question to you would then be, well, how do you change the Constitution? You can't just ignore a Supreme Court case because you decided, I don't really like it anymore.
That's right. We're not ignoring the case. We're having another Supreme Court case, and it's going to be decided by June. Now, if they say that it's okay, then that's it, my friend. Then I'm going to have to stay with you and agree with you forever.
Generally, the principle of stare decisis would say that Supreme Court decisions are precedent that future Supreme Courts should respect, right?
No.
You know, that's what stare decisis
No. Listen, if we make a decision, the
next Supreme Court can. You're absolutely right. The Supreme Court can. There's nothing in the Constitution against it. Rule against a previous Supreme Court. Generally, though, are you familiar with the concept of stare decisis?
No.
It basically the idea of a court precedent is of once a Supreme Court ruling has been made, the idea that generally future Supreme Courts generally respect that previous Supreme Court ruling.
Not if it's being challenged by the new changes in society. See, that's why I'm using my critical thinking and the common sense. What the hell is the reason for having a Supreme Court that should adapt to the changes of society?
Again, generally, they would defer to the concept of stare decisis.
Okay.
As Supreme Court rulings are.
Right.
Precedent. But you're right. There's no rule that says they have to do that.
If you
We've
were
seen that in Brown versus Board of Education, and also like Supreme Court case, the Dred Scott case.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court. I think everyone hopefully would agree that the Dred Scott case was a horrible Supreme Court decision.
Yeah.
And it was perfect for a future Supreme Court to overrule the decision.
Right. So if you allow the Supreme Court to go back 122 years to amend the Constitution, then you have to allow them to amend it again.
So what then would be the constitutional, the argument based on the text of the Constitution itself that would say that the children of undocumented immigrants don't get citizenship?
An invasion.
What interpretation of the words of the 14th Amendment would?
I think that the executive branch, under an emergency act, overrules the judicial branch.
I mean, that's a whole. Okay, for one, you see how that can be a slippery slope there.
Yeah,
right?
sure. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Be able to have, ultimately, when the Supreme Court makes a ruling, the president can't just decide, I'm going to ignore it, because we wouldn't live in a democracy.
Depends on what decision the rule. Like the small district court, they cannot tell, for example.
Who decides, though? Who decides when they can and when the president
The
can?
Constitution does. So.
The Constitution doesn't ever say the president can.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to say it that way. I mean, how much damn it did it have to make it? I'll give you one example. The Marco Rubio is the secretary and the president and the executive branch. They deal with making, deals and things, diplomacy with foreign countries. The judicial branch and the legislative branch have nothing to do with that. And the president nor Marco Rubio have to tell them anything. They don't have to share it with them at all.
Situation happening inside our country, not in another country.
Well, any diplomatic that has to do with any other country, even if it's something in here or in their country, the judicial or the legislature have nothing to do with that. And they like to put their noses in, like district courts, that they cannot stop.
When the executive can ignore the Supreme Court, who determines that?
Well, what do you think does? What do you think does? If you read the Constitution, it says that they have the power. The judicial branch does not have the power to override the executive. The executive doesn't have the right to override the judicial. That's something that they have to respect, that they have duties that each one has to implement.
Well, but part of checks and balances is that within their certain purview, each branch can overrule the other branch. That's part of checks and balances too, and that they're co-equal.
Not really overrule. Check.
Right, but so does that mean that the Supreme Court can't do anything and the president can do whatever he wants?
Well, not on everything, because I think the Supreme Court has said some things about Trump that can't do, and he hasn't done them.
Right,
but there's things that...
You're saying that the president can overrule the Supreme Court in certain situations?
Like a small district court, yeah, he can overrule that, especially when he has an emergency act in place because we had an invasion.
And generally, the way the courts would handle that is that if it's a district court,
my friend, we are not lawyers. We're not lawyers, but I'm giving you my common sense of what I understand from it. The one part that you keep forgetting is, but you have to keep this in mind. Okay, make your argument, but do not forget we were just invaded with millions of illegal immigrants. Now, with that in mind, make your argument with me. Because I'm arguing with that in mind, but you're not. You're thinking of something else.
Well, so I'm arguing with the text of the Constitution.
Well, that's if you have the invasion in mind, you're going to interpret the Constitution differently.
So you can just throw out the Constitution now?
Not throw it out, but talk about it. That's why we're at the Supreme Court right now discussing birthright citizenship again, because
of the 14th Amendment would allow you to get rid of birthright citizenship.
an invasion, national security, an emergency national security breach. That can be a very good damn excuse to amend that again. If our let me just give you this perspective, because I know. Listen. We're not going to agree at all. I already know. So I already know. We're not going to agree to that. I want you to just at least understand this part. If I was to allow your argument, you are telling me that our enemies who are not allowed to be here can come and invade our country, pop babies to become American citizens, and maybe they'll take them back to their country with a citizenship, and they can train them. Wait a minute. Let me finish. And they can train them to come back and run for mayor, even run for president. Because if they are birthright citizenship, if they are birthright citizenship, they can run for president.
Yeah.
Do you see the problem with that? I'm going to explain it a different way.
Framing it as our enemies.
Listen, I'm going to explain it a different way. But I pay attention to what's happening to us today. I'm going to put it a different way. If I, like myself, okay, I'm vetted. What does vetted mean? Vetted means that in order for me to come to this country, I was checked. My health, I was checked. My mother was checked financially. What is our intentions? Are we able to support ourselves in this country? They said no twice. The third time, they gave us access. Look at the difference on how much even though I'm a naturalized citizen, I am more concerned about the safety, security, and the prosperity of the American people than an actual born American in this country. Do you know why it was important for my mother to be vetted? Because they need to minimize the error gap.
I don't see what this has to do with the 14th Amendment.
It has 100% to do with the 14th Amendment and why they had to be re-amended.
Because of conditions. I mean, what is the text of the 14th Amendment?
Okay, forget it. See, you're stuck on that. Empty that glass. Listen to what I just said.
The text of the Constitution. I am stuck.
Fuck. How old are you, bro? Are you in your 20s?
I'm 34.
34. Shit. Where was I 34 years ago? No, I was a lot more smarter than that.
I just want to know what your constitutional argument is, what the Constitution says. If you're going to make an argument that
the Constitution was made for American citizens, and I think the 14th Amendment is overdue for a change. Why? Because it has been abused.
So then you need to change you need to pass an amendment to change that, right?
We need to re-amend it. That's what the court is doing. Correct.
Well, I mean, the court's reinterpreting it.
Sure. Yeah. However you want to call it. But yeah, it's in the courts.
So what interpretation of the text of the 14th Amendment would give you the result that you're looking for? I mean, what the 14th Amendment says what it says.
You know what? This is why this country is fucked. You know that? This is why this country is screwed.
What do you mean? I mean,
think on national security. Why would you? I just told you if our enemies came here. No, you don't understand. If our enemies are abusing our Constitution, which they are using our rights against us. You cannot be stupid to let your enemies come in here, abuse those rights that are meant for us, for people of dignity and honesty, to be able to run this country. You have to understand, listen, national security. Do you know what that means?
Yes, this is an argument about why you think the Constitution can be ignored.
It's not being ignored, my friend.
But you are.
Why is it that you defend the 14th Amendment when it was not there in the Constitution? Why? Answer that question, and I think we can continue.
What do you mean it wasn't there in the Constitution?
The 14th Amendment is not in the Constitution. No.
It is in the Constitution.
It was made. An amendment is something that was changed.
The Bill of Rights are all amendments.
Yeah. You have to change it according to how things change in this country. It wasn't meant to be a permanent document for ages.
The 14th Amendment is just as valid as the First Amendment.
Yeah, and we can make a 35th Amendment that overrides the 14th Amendment. So what?
But you're not talking about passing into amendment. You're just talking about disregarding it.
Does that make you feel better? Let's make a new amendment to overrun the next one, the 14th?
Well, that's how the Constitution says things should work.
Okay, then let's make a new amendment. Yeah, let's make a new amendment that overrides the 14th Amendment.
Okay. Then if you do that, then you can do that.
Oh my, bro, why are you pulling my leg? You could have told me that a long time ago. It would have been done. Think outside the box, man.
You're arguing that we could ignore the 14th Amendment.
I didn't say ignore it. I just say look it over again. Because of the situations have changed, national security, enemies, etc.
What interpretation of the text of the 14th Amendment would imply that the children of someone that's not a citizen born in the United States is not a citizen?
I just told you I agree with you. I said I agree with you, and then I told you why I think that it needs to be redone. We have to look at it again.
Right, but then you have to redo it with an amendment because there's no realistic...
Okay, that's the same thing. It doesn't matter how they do it. The point is that they can change the birthright. No. Listen, forget about the 14th Amendment, the 15th. Don't worry about that. What you have to emphasize yourself on is birthright citizenship. It doesn't matter if there's a 14th or a 10th Amendment.
Well, it comes from the 14th Amendment.
But it doesn't matter. You're so caught up on that number. Birthright citizenship, that's what it's all about.
I am very caught up on the Constitution.
So am I, but you interpret it different than I do.
But you're saying, but what's your interpretation that says that children of undocumented immigrants aren't citizens? What's your interpretation of what it says? Not an explanation of why you think you can ignore it because of current dynamics or situations. What's your interpretation of the Constitution, the 14th Amendment?
I'm gonna have to restart. I'm actually dropping the F-bomb now. I don't have patience for kids. I have to restart again. I just told you. I told you multiple times. I gave you the reason why. See, you're talking over me. That's why you don't listen. I told you multiple times why. I said, first of all, I said it's in the courts. The Supreme Court is going to decide that again. It's being looked at. That was my first thing. Then you went.
Would it arrive at a different conclusion?
It doesn't matter. You went to it's 1898. I went there. I looked at it. I agree with you. The 14th Amendment. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. But the Supreme Court did that amendment. I am sure the Supreme Court can rename that, whatever the hell they want, to overwrite that or edit it. I don't know what they're going to call it. But the fact is that it needs to be reviewed again.
By what logic would the Supreme Court change that decision?
An invasion. See, again, I told you, keep that in mind when you argue this.
We're looking at the text of the Constitution.
Oh my God, dude, that's exactly how it works. The context is meant to be changed throughout time. Okay, that's it. I gotta go. I disagree with you. Man, I cannot repeat myself over and over, guys. Seriously, I don't know. Maybe my brain doesn't click. Maybe it's my fault. Bro, Jesus, I said I agree. I understand the Constitution. I understand the amendments. But if an amendment was made, another one can be made. We are not going to change the amendment. The Supreme Court is doing that. They said they will have an answer by June. Okay, but then by June, we can talk about birthright citizenship. No. Finger, lies. It's not 2 seconds. You want to be here for another 45 minutes. No. We're not letting Finger call again. Not tonight. We're going to have to wait like at least 6 months before we let you call in.
Have Omar call.
Who? Omar? Omar doesn't want to call. Omar just texts me when he wants to say something. This guy is crazy. Bro, I don't know, man. These people in their 20s and 30s, man. I don't know. I mean, the zinc roofer, he's an old man. I get it. He's losing his memory, but I'm gonna play the fifth on. I'm gonna plead the fifth on this, guys. I don't know, guys. It just doesn't make sense to me, man. No, Finger, no. Bro, Dust, if you start talking about the 14th Amendment, I'm going to hang up on your ass. Oh, okay. Okay, so you think that my argument to amend the 14th Amendment or make a new amendment to override the 14th Amendment, you think my argument is weak? You think my argument is weak that we just had a massive invasion of illegal immigrants, and you think that a matter of national security from what we've seen with Muslims taking over our Congress and our government, you think that's not a reason to rethink citizenship for birthright? All right, what's up, Dust? You better not talk about the 14th Amendment, man. Go ahead.
It's Dosey. It's Dosey.
Dosey. Oh, I keep saying Dust. Let me see. Where is your name at?
Dosido.
Dosido. Okay, Dosido 313.
So the problem with these libtards.
Dude, I thought you were gonna cuss me out, man. I was about to say, bro, I need some oil, bro. I need some, and not dirty oil either. Don't get all dirty. But I need some oil to let these comments go away, bro.
Never, brother. First and foremost, I hope you and your family is doing amazing.
Thank you, man. God bless you too, brother.
God bless you and your whole family. I love what you do on your channel.
It's crazy.
I just wanted to say, some of these people, they don't know a lot of foreigners like how me and you know.
Yeah, I know.
Me and my family, we came from a different country. We played the taxing system.
Yeah.
I don't know if your people have played the taxing system, but we have all family members who can sit there and show us their tax returns and show that, hey, look, I paid $3,000, I'm getting $12,000 back. Or I'm paying $3,000.
Oh my God, somebody knows as well. Oh my, they don't believe me, bro.
They don't believe. The problem is that they won't believe because they don't know that that's in our blood.
Yeah.
It's in our blood.
It's not supposed to happen. That's why. It's not supposed to, but it does. I know, man. I heard, I can't find it. I look for it, okay? I look for it, but it was over 10 years ago when it was like what is it? We've been together with my wife for about 5-6 years with my wife. And there had this thing that was happening in Texas. And there was this Mexican, now undocumented, by the way. There were these Mexican undocumented in Texas that they got over $20,000, like almost $25,000 in tax refunds. And only because there was a loophole that allowed you to claim your dependents, right? Your children in the house and whatnot. And then also, if you were sending money to Mexico, for example, if you're sending $100, $200.
That's what we took over. Like when we're sending money over to overseas
Yeah.
to Iraq.
Yeah.
We would get it back.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Money back.
Yeah, something like that. So you can claim your nephews and other, children in that country. Of course, you got to have the name and you got to have proof that you are sending them money a little bit, right, every month. And you can claim them as dependents and you get the earned income tax credit. Man, I'm glad somebody else actually have seen this happen, bro. I thought I was going crazy, man.
Of course, Dennis. Dennis, look, my family, they come from Iraq.
Yeah.
So we're Catholics from Iraq. We're not Muslim, like the people that do the crazy stuff or whatever.
Well, and then, you know what? Listen, before you continue, I appreciate your talking. I'm glad you're a Christian. When I tell people that Muslims are it's a fake religion, number one, that's because I believe that. But you can still believe that you're, you know what I'm saying? You can still believe what you want. All I ask is just two things: reject pedophilia, and then reject Sharia law, and then you can be a Muslim and be free. And, you can live happy. That's it.
That's the number one thing when you come here to America is that you have to alienate yourself from the past of what you've been through.
Man, you sound like a legal alien.
You have to fit in. It's like you have to do what you have to do to fit in.
Yes, sir.
Fit in with the crowd.
Yes, sir.
But they don't know that. That's their problem. That's the problem of the ones that are born here. But to go back on his 14th Amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
His 14th Amendment was created for the slaves so they can get citizenship here in America because they were multiplying by thousands.
Yeah,
at
a lot.
that point.
Now, what about the 1898 though? That he was right about that, and I agree with that because the court gave it to him.
Well, the 14th Amendment was created in 1868.
Yeah, and but the Kim argument was in 1898, 30 years later. They used that same amendment to convince the Chinese illegals that their son was legal, and they won in court.
Yeah, for the Chinese and all that.
Yeah.
Wait, that was in 1889, wasn't it?
1898. I think it was 1898.
That was okay. Well, that's the same thing that goes for the blacks and the Chinese because they're both what is it called? Minorities at that point.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You know, like they were both like basically illegals.
Yeah.
I can say.
Yeah, and well, that's why I asked if they were also slaves. But you know, this just sounds so familiar. I heard this argument before, but I don't think they were slaves, bro. I think they were just illegal.
No. What I'm saying is that they were in the same boat as as a slave as being an illegal.
Oh, okay.
They weren't born here.
Oh, I see. Well, this one says that. Okay, I say. So they said that this case was that Wong Kim Ark was born in San Francisco to Chinese immigrant parents who was denied re-entry in 1894 after a visit to China. The court ruled he was a citizen by birth, solidifying citizenship for all U.S.-born children of immigrants. The whole thing, it's like, you know, it doesn't. I don't think I read. I'm going to read it again because I don't think it says illegal immigrant.
It's not. It's for the 14th Amendment was created for the slaves so they could get citizenship because of their birthright.
Yeah, this doesn't mention illegal. I think I missed that.
It doesn't mention not one thing about illegals in the 1898
Holy
or whatever the one that he's talking about.
Oh, dude, I wish that I was paying attention to the chat. I'm sure you put it on there somewhere.
I'll put it somewhere. No, somebody else put it. Well,
I heard about the slavery, but I asked if that was a slave, and he said no, it wasn't. But it says immigrant. It doesn't say illegal, and I'm talking about illegal immigrants. I'm reading the rest of it. Hold on, what the hell did I miss that?
Yeah, this guy, he was just rambling on whatever he wanted to ramble about, so he can go on and get his 5 minutes of fame.
Well, you know, he's
I love what you do. I love your channel. Keep doing it. Don't give up. Don't let these people put you down. Have faith in God, and that's all it is, brother.
Yeah. Hey, thank you so much, Dosi. Dosi, right?
Brother. Yes, sir. I love you, brother.
I love you too, man. Your words mean a lot to me. Believe me. God bless you and your family, bro. I appreciate that.
You as well.
Thank you.
We'll talk more later on.
All right.
All right, brother.
Thanks, man. All right, Finger. I want to give you 2 minutes. If you go over that, I'm going to hang up in your ass. Go ahead and call me in.
Finger, your time is up.
And the wife doesn't even want to give you your time, bro. She says that $2 is not worth it. You already used a $50 worth of time. All right, go ahead, Dos. Oh, man. Dossie is the bomb, bro. I should make Dossie a moderator. and just keep an eye on Zinc Roofer. That old man is crazy. All right. Finger, you better be good, man.
I started the timer. 2 minutes.
All right, go.
All right.
My wife is laughing at you.
You don't know what stare decisis is, right?
Huh?
You said you don't know what stare decisis is when you were talking about that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what you want to tell me. Yeah, go ahead. What is it?
Yeah. Well, can I ask you to show it on stream, too, when you look it up?
What is it? How do you spell it?
It's actually spelled really big. It's like a Latin phrase. S-T-A-R-E, like stare.
Say it again, the word.
Stare, S-T-A-R-E.
Uh-huh.
And then D-E-C-I-S-I-S.
Shit. Oh, stare decisis.
Yeah.
Why you say it the other way, bro? See, I hate it when American people have accents on Latin. That pisses me off. I'm just kidding. All right, let's see. All right, so it says, okay, it's Latin. It says for to stand by things decided. Okay, I like that. It is the legal principle that courts should follow precedents. Okay, yeah, okay. Prior rulings on similar cases to ensure legal decisions are consistent, predictable, and fair, fostering reliance on the law and upholding judicial integrity through courts retain flexibility to overturn outdated or unworkable precedents.
Yeah,
Okay, so
we have the ability to change.
yeah, that's what I. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
But in general, we probably don't want to be flip flopping all the time.
Correct. I agree with that. But
Okay, and one last thing.
Go ahead.
As far as amendments go, amendments are the Constitution, right?
it is.
Okay.
They have been
That's what I
added to
wanted
the
clarify,
Constitution.
'cause I heard you say amendments are amendments and not the Constitution, and I almost pooped myself.
There are additions in the Constitution if they were writing them.
But ultimately, they are the Constitution.
Yes, of course, yes. That's what I said. Sometimes I apologize to you guys because maybe I'm not. All right, be good. All right, fantastic. 2 minutes. I love it. He gave me 2 minutes and he did it. 5 more minutes for Finger. There you go, Finger. My Speak was enjoying you, bro. Oh man, hey, don't do that, My Speak. I thought we were friends, bro. You don't trust me. You don't want Finger calling back, bro. This guy took an hour of my show. That is crazy. It's like I work for Finger, not this Finger. That Finger. All right, hey, man, you guys. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Thank you for that. I know. I think Finger might be able to call again, but I'm going to keep him with a timer because this guy goes off. Look. He's over here taking advantage now. Bro, that's horrible, dude.
Is this true? We don't have to do this.
Hey, man, did you want to add anything to it? MindSpeak likes what you said.
I mean, I don't know what else. Just that, court rulings as far as SCOTUS. Okay, so we understand that there are. Oh wait, actually, let me set the timer. Holy shit.
Wait, hold on. Court. Okay, you're good with court stuff, right?
I don't know. I'm not a law student.
Okay, so no, that's the legal matter. How about you tell me about this capturing a wanted felon or a dictator? You know what I'm talking about. What do you think about that?
You're talking about that guy?
Yeah, just give me an opinion of what do you see. I want you to think. What do you see in benefit for us, and what happens with Venezuela? What do you see on that?
Okay, well, before we even get into benefits, because I feel like when we talk about benefits and pros and cons, we're already talking about probably in a biased situation. So I'm going to talk about what's the legal precedent for doing something like this, right? Like, what can the legal code tell us for us doing something like this?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. Let's look it up together. Why don't we on stream? How's that sound?
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
What do you want to look up?
What would I look up? Legality of, I don't know. What did you just say, Maduro? Legality of capture of Maduro. Let's look it up. Okay, that's international law. I don't really care about that.
Me neither. Oh, I like you more now. Okay. I did a different lookup.
Oh, that's the current administration taking positions. Under domestic law, the government it's a claim of authority tied to criminal charges, but that does not necessarily legitimize the cross-border military action under international norms. Oh, so so essentially, we all live under these international norms. I'm pretty sure Venezuela is also part of the UN, right? Let's look that up.
Yeah, the peace. Yeah. There's something that I respect, yes.
You don't mess with your neighbors unless they start messing with you.
Correct.
And the claim is that, Venezuela's messing with us.
You see my screen?
Oh, let me see.
I did a different search.
Oh, it's like cropped. Hold up. It's like.
Yeah, let me try to
see part of it.
Yeah, let me make it a little bit bigger. Let's see, maybe one more time.
I got 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
No, my time doesn't count as your time.
Oh.
So if I'm looking for something, that's not you.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's see if that helps right there. Let me see if I can get rid of my face a little bit here.
Extracting a wanted person. Okay, I see the wording that's used there. That's valid, I think, but also let's ask what I think is an important question.
Well, no. Just read down. I'm going to scroll. You see the best example right there?
Well, let me see.
They already have Maduro in there.
Oh, there's Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah.
There he is. I can't. God, it's cropped.
All right, go ahead and look up President extracting a wanted person, and then just go down to the capture of Nicolas Maduro. I'm going to read it with you because I haven't read it myself. So let me go ahead and read it as you look it up.
Okay.
The operation.
Extracting a wanted person.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, is this saying? Are these okay? Wait, are these descriptive when it comes to like? I'm going to use like kind of like nerdy terminology. When I say descriptive, like, is it just telling you what happened?
Well, there's links, but we're not going to go into the links. Just go to the basic AI overview.
Okay.
It depends on your browser, I guess.
My question more specifically has to do with the legality of it. We can agree that Nicolas Maduro was captured by the United States government, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like this is just a fact.
Okay, there's a legality and sovereignty part. If you scroll down, you will get there.
Okay. Let me. Oh my goodness.
Talking so much shit, man.
Oh man, I've blown out my voice. It's like,
man, dude, I don't care if you argue with me, bro. You're respectful. I appreciate that. People don't know what that, people don't know what I mean with that because I am very passionate and I raise my voice and this and that. And I do get frustrated, doggone it, when I can explain something right to people. But that doesn't mean that I'm pissed at you. I'm just more frustrated that I can't explain it better for you.
yeah. I think someone is upset when they start getting personal. They start calling you names.
MySpeak says you're too freaking slow. He says it was a legal extraction. Democrat want him, Republicans want him, so it was legal. I wish the best for Venezuela. MySpeak has got less patience than me, man.
Wait. MySpeak saying it was a legal extraction because Democrats and Republicans wanted it?
Well, both Democrats and Republicans wanted him, and that just makes it a legal thing.
Well, just because a party or a political party wants something doesn't mean it's legal, right?
If both parties want it, I don't know, who can we fight? And independent's going to come in. Hey, wait a minute.
But I hear that the timer's going off, so I should.
Don't worry about it. Now you're my time. You want to make a point that your time starts going down.
Okay.
So go ahead. We're going to read up the legality and sovereignty of.
Okay. Let me get my notepad up so I can write down what you're saying. Okay.
The operation. Well, this is just a summary on this one, but the operation has raised significant questions regarding international law and Venezuelan sovereignty. The U.S. administration framed the action as a law enforcement operation against a fugitive from American justice.
Let me just make sure the UN regards it as law enforcement.
No, so the U.S. administration framed the action as a law enforcement operation against a fugitive.
Okay, so the United States is claiming that it is law enforcement.
Right, so it's not that we're just going to go pick up Claudia Sheinbaum. We got nothing on her because she hasn't committed crimes against us. He's a big drug pusher.
We're saying we got a good reason to capture this guy.
Correct. It's not just, I don't like Nicolas Maduro because he called me a little biatch. No. Okay. So, and he's also a big drug pusher, which is not harming just the United States, but everybody else. We only care about the United States, let's be clear. But rather than an act of war, that's it. They're pretty much just saying we're collecting a bounty, and we don't care if that's a president or not. You have that bounty because you effed up against us. But they're not committing war because they're still respecting that, the other person that is in there, even though they're still, drug lords as well. They're hoping that she behaves better than the first one.
Okay. Okay, so I have written down Operation Raise Questions around international law. The U.S. regards it as law enforcement. We have a good reason to capture this guy, and it's essentially treated as like collecting a bounty, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you so far.
All right. Extradition treaty says the U.S. often relies on extradition treaties with other countries to have fugitives formally handed over to the U.S. authorities to face charges. For example, in 2025, Mexico extradited 29 cartel suspects, including a notorious drug lord wanted for the murder of a DEA agent, to the U.S. I will also point out that, oh man, you ready for this little story? I don't know if you have.
Wait. You know how I feel about personal stories, right?
Oh, no. This is not my personal. This is a story, period.
Okay. Then...
So right now the Democrats are.
Oh, wait, real quick. I think the timer's still going off on the stream.
It's okay. You're done. This is story time for me to tell you.
Okay.
I'm just sharing it with everybody and you on the phone. So
well, I didn't want like the thing to just like overshadow us while we're talking.
Okay, so look.
Is that, I don't know.
No, it doesn't. Don't worry about that.
You just, yeah.
So the Democrats have a hard time bringing in here Nicolas Maduro, right? And you already heard this. President Trump pardoned a drug lord from Honduras. You heard that, yes?
No, I did not. Do you know the name?
He's my president, Juan Orlando Hernandez.
Wait, I thought you were an American citizen.
Yeah. No, he was my president. Was my president.
Okay.
Yeah, he was my president because I wasn't a citizen yet. So this guy, okay, this president, well, no, let me just tell you what Democrats say. Okay, so Democrats say President Donald Trump pardoned a drug lord from Honduras, and yet he captures a drug lord from Venezuela, right? Well, President Trump is going down there. You've seen the boats, right? You've seen the warnings. You've seen the video. Come and get me, coward, right? Well, in Spanish, but.
Well, wait, just because.
Hold on. I'm almost there.
Come and get. Okay.
Yeah, I'm almost there. So, I remember, I mentioned my president, my ex-president, right? I mentioned my ex-president.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why I mentioned him, because President Trump pardoned him. But see, everything is connected. It's connected.
Okay, how is everything connected?
Okay, so Maduro, right, the president from Venezuela.
Yeah.
He's committed crimes against the United States of America, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Joe Biden.
Okay, that's the claim, yeah.
Yeah, so President Trump put a bounty on Maduro for $15 million. You know this already. And then Democrat.
Wait, he put a bounty on Maduro for $15 million?
Yes, $15 million. And then when Biden became president, he put a $25 million bounty on Maduro. And then.
Okay, I'm seeing there's a question. Did Biden put $25 million bounty on Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro?
Yeah. Well, you look at that. Biden put. Oh, there you go. I didn't see mine, Steve.
Of the U.S. Democratic President Joe Biden put $25 million bounty.
Yeah.
Let's see. So in 2020, the first administration of Donald Trump placed a $15 million bounty on Maduro.
Yeah.
Department of Treasury then increased it to $25 million days before the end of Biden's term in January 2025.
Correct. And then Trump raised it to $50 million. Again, he raised it again.
Jeez. Okay.
Okay. With that being said, what I want you to listen to this part. Biden's administration time. Okay, this is the part that I want you to pay attention. So, Democrats defend Nicolas Maduro. Okay. You already got the facts in front of you. You already got the bounties. You already know the guy is guilty. Okay. In Honduras.
Democrats defend Maduro?
Well, he's going to have his due process.
Well, yeah, but that's probably something we should afford everyone, right?
Well, yeah, everybody gets due process.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So the problem that I find with this is this: there was a communist that was running for president in Honduras, a female, just happened to be a female. Okay. Her husband was president of Honduras, and he finished his terms, but so legally by the Constitution he cannot be president again, right? So the wife runs for president, she loses, and the president that got pardoned by President Trump, he wins. And then all of a sudden, now I want you to know that everything that I'm about to tell you is the opposite of what you're going to hear. So the Xiomara, which is the communist person that wanted to be president, she said, and her husband, that President Juan Orlando Hernandez was a drug lord, bringing drugs from Maduro, from Venezuela, to Honduras, and sending over 200-something tons of cocaine. I think it was tons.
Wait, this sounds really important. I feel like I should write this down. Can you say that again, please?
Well, I don't know if I think it's tons. I don't want to exaggerate. I think it's tons, 200-something.
Not just the metric unit, but like the general.
A lot of drugs, okay? So she blamed him, and this is what she does, okay? She blames him, and then the guy that was running with her as mate, as vice president, she gave him information to prove that he was guilty. Remember, the guy that was running vice president with her, he's a journalist. He's a reporter. And so he went around the country waving all these papers saying that he has proof that Juan Orlando is guilty. Now, here's the important part, and this is true. Joe Biden was working, well, the president of Honduras, Juan Orlando, was working with Joe Biden. Supposedly, Joe Biden congratulates him for stopping the drugs in Honduras. And then just before he knows it, Garland comes and makes a speech. As a matter of fact, you can say Garland calling Honduras president drug lord, and something will pop up, right? You'll see Garland in there. And then saying that he was a drug lord and all these things to make him look bad, right? Well, the communist lady...
Wait, just before we keep going, I want to make sure I got this set, because it sounds like a lot of information that I feel like I should know. So far I have written down that Xiomara, am I saying that right? Xiomara blames Juan Orlando for
That's funny. I should look it up and show it to you as well. You're right.
And the VP of Xiomara,
It's okay.
gave him, or was essentially waving around proof that Juan was guilty, right? That's what I have so far. And then Joe Biden worked with / congratulated.
There you go. Look at the screen if you can.
Okay.
That's a horrible photo.
Castro president and Maduro relationship.
This is, I'm sorry, hold on, I got the wrong screen. That's her right here. Okay, so that's Xiomara. And then let me take a look at the information here. Honduran President Xiomara Castro and Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro maintain a close diplomatic and ideological alliance. Castro, the first female president of Honduras and a member of the leftist Libre Party, has consistently aligned her administration with Maduro's government, reversing the isolationist policies of her predecessors.
Okay, so it sounds like they're getting buddy-buddy.
Oh, they are buddy-buddy. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So
okay, so if I got this straight, the current president is she the current president of Honduras?
We just had an election. We have a new president as of January 1st.
So she's getting buddy-buddy with Maduro.
Yes.
Okay.
And she overturned the policies that the president that they set up and got 45 years sentence here in the United States of America. So they grabbed him. Well, he actually turned himself in. So they grab him, they bring him here, just like Maduro, except they didn't have to shoot anything because he turned himself in.
I'm kind of confused on when you said they set up, the president they set up. Who are you talking about?
Yes, Xiomara and the Democrats. I know.
Xiomara and the Democrats
yes,
set up who?
The Biden administration. They set up the president of Honduras.
The Biden administration and the Democrats set up the president of Honduras?
Correct.
That sounds like CIA, like
it's freaking, it's freakish. It's freakish.
So okay, I gotta write that down. Hold on. Xiomara was set up by
President or Juan Hernandez was set up by Xiomara. They're not gonna put that on the news, bro.
Juan?
Yeah.
Juan was set up by who was set up? Juan was set up by Xiomara?
Here, this guy right here.
Dios es bueno.
This guy.
Gracias, Señor. Tuviste la injusticia.
That's the Honduras president that got set up by Xiomara, the picture that I show you with Nicolas Maduro.
Okay, wait, so let me get this straight. So Juan was set up by Xiomara.
Yeah.
And Xiomara is currently buddy-buddy with
Maduro. Venezuela. Okay, and the reason why
what is the Biden administration going to do with this?
The Biden administration was telling the president of Honduras, Juan, that everything is good. Relationships are great. They are working very good to stop drugs coming into our country. And then Garland, I think that's his name. Let me look it up. Garland says,
Okay, so Juan was set up by Zero Mata. And so I'm sorry if this is like boring or.
No, that's why it's hard to explain the whole thing.
I gotta make sure I'm getting this straight.
Uh,
Oh my goodness, we're almost at 20 minutes. Are you sure your chat isn't gonna be like finger sucks?
we're good. It's like one of the guys said in there's Dennis's show.
Okay.
Is guilty. Let me see if I can find a video. Yeah, it is Garland. Okay, so Attorney General Merrick Garland. And let's see. Here we go. I think it's this one right here.
Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, was extradited to the United States to face federal charges. Hernandez is charged with participating in a corrupt and violent drug trafficking conspiracy to facilitate the importation of tons of cocaine into the United States from 2004 to 2022.
Okay, you want me to
As is
rewind
charged in the indictment, Hernandez abused his position. Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, was extradited to the United States to face federal charges. Hernandez is charged with participating in a corrupt and violent drug trafficking conspiracy to facilitate the importation of tons of cocaine into the United States from 2004 to 2022.
Okay, we're at the beginning.
As is charged in the indictment, Hernandez abused his position as president of Honduras from 2014 through 2022 to operate the country as a narco state. Hernandez is alleged to have received millions of dollars from multiple drug trafficking organizations, including from the former leader of the Sinaloa cartel, known as El Chapo. In return, drug traffickers in Honduras were allowed to operate with virtual impunity. We allege that Hernandez corrupted legitimate public institutions in the country, including parts of the National Police, military, and National Congress. And we allege that Hernandez worked closely with other public officials to protect cocaine shipments bound for the United States. Those officials included his brother, Tony Hernandez, a former Honduras congressman who was convicted in 2019 in the Southern District and sentenced to life in prison. Because of these alleged crimes, communities in the United States suffered, and the people of Honduras suffered. As you will hear shortly in more detail from the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of...
So what again? All right, so the reason why I know so much about Venezuela is because of my ex-president. And I know what he was doing and how much Honduras changed from being very violent. Honduras was so bad, bro. They were bringing your family members in garbage bags cut in pieces. That's how bad it was. And then Juan Orlando took over in Honduras. And he told the gangbangers, the drug dealers, he's coming for every single one of them. So he made war on the cartel and the gangbangers, and things changed, bro. It wasn't easy, but things changed drastically. And I remember going to Honduras, and I remember seeing all the infrastructure going up. I remember businesses booming. You know, people were actually making some money. The economy was still, the dollar value is still expensive for Hondurans, but you can see how much peaceful it was. And by the way, everything that the president of Honduras did is exactly what President Nayib Bukele from El Salvador did, you know. But of course, when you know the setup looked very good. This is why I have issues with January 6th. But you know, I just can't trust people that have been lying for too long, man. And that's why I don't agree with the Democratic Party today. Everything fits. I could be wrong, but everything that I know fits and it makes sense. And I don't trust these people. The way that they shut down the government, the way that they shut down the world with COVID-19, the way that they have forced us to take a shot because, you know, threatened to fire me. They fire police officers. They fire firemen. They fire soldiers. I mean, just think of all the rights that they have broken from us, that they have taken from us. And they're still in office, bro. Isn't that crazy? And then tell me, who fights for criminals? You can see the truth. If President Orlando was a criminal,
That's a good question, because honestly, I don't know. You've probably heard of this. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
yeah, I understand that, and I understand also that you can make deals, with people to get more people, but that's not what happened here. The only people that have been bitching about those drug boats, Democrats. The only people that bitch about the capture of Maduro, Democrats.
Why were they? Wait, you said bitching. Why were they bitching about it?
The Democrats?
Yeah. Why were they complaining about Trump just like destroying these boats?
Yeah,
Like,
that's a
it's
good
not
question.
Trump, but like the military.
Yeah, tell me why. That's a good question. That's what I'm asking. Why do you think?
Why do I think?
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Democrats were complaining about it because it's technically a war crime.
No, it's because they're making money off of it. That's why.
Is that? Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because okay, let's look it up.
No, we're not looking at anything else. Just think about
why?
it. Use your common sense. No, because I want you to rely on your senses. I want you to rely on your own critical thinking.
My critical thinking tells me I should look at what corroborates the facts and not just listen to myself.
Okay, you can look that up for yourself. But what I want you to really pay attention to is what we said that we did with Nicolas Maduro. Now, remember this.
Is the analog supposed to be how we treated Nicolas Maduro and how we treated Juan Orlando?
That's
Martinez
right.
or
That's
Hernandez?
right. That's right.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure these are different, and there's one really big fact in how they're different.
Okay, the missile, the takeout.
Juan Orlando Hernandez, he was a former head of state who left office.
No, he
and
was in
after
office.
leaving office, a U.S. indictment was.
No,
So this was
no.
after he left office.
They
This was
forced
not
him.
during his presidency.
No, he was president. They forced him. That's what I'm telling you. They forced him. He beat her.
They forced him to what? Leave
Yeah,
office?
he beat the communist, and they made him resign from the presidency, just like Maduro. The difference is that,
I thought Maduro didn't. I thought he was still president of Venezuela.
and so was the Honduras president.
Wait, what?
It's the exact same thing, except Juan Orlando is innocent. Everything is the same.
I don't know about the innocence or guilty status of Juan. I'll just assume what you're saying is true.
Listen.
Regardless of whether or not he's guilty or innocent.
Yeah.
What happened to Juan Orlando Hernandez happened after he got out of office.
No, before. So what they did is they made him resign. They threatened to kill his family. That's what they don't tell you here in the States.
Let's say they made him resign. Does
Yeah.
that make him any less out of office?
When somebody threatens your life, that's not willfully resigning. That's forcing you. That's illegal.
Yeah,
that's
I would
criminal.
I would agree. I would say that's under duress.
Okay, so to us,
But I wouldn't say that's any less out of office.
but that doesn't make it right, does it?
Why am I appealing to right? I'm appealing to legality. If we want to appeal to what's right, we would change the laws.
Well, yeah, that's what we want. We want to change the laws, but they don't want to change the laws.
Well, yeah, but I'm appealing to strictly what's legally what's happening.
Well,
I
see,
can agree it's not right,
but-
legally it's different.
no, but see, to me, it doesn't matter. That's why I have a problem with people when they interpret something. Just because you threaten my life and you say, "Oh, I retire willingly," that doesn't mean that my power is gone. You broke the law, not me. So threatening me doesn't mean that I willfully resign. That's illegal. Technically, he is still the president being forced out when he's innocent. So they are breaking the law, therefore it's not legal.
Therefore, wait, why is it not legal?
Because they're breaking the law.
In the eyes of the law, he willfully resigned.
My friend, if they threaten to kill your whole family, you think that you're just not going to resign?
My friend, I'm appealing to law. I am not appealing to
That
morality.
is not law. To threaten somebody's family is not a lawful order to make him resign.
Is this a United States law or is this a
I don't
Honduran
give a
law?
shit about the United States. I'm talking about Honduras.
Is that a Honduran law?
Well, what do you think? So is it right?
I don't know anything about Honduran laws.
Okay, so maybe I'm looking at my conscious thinking, right? If you want to go by the law, then you would agree with me that all these Democrats should be in jail right now. By law, they should be in jail.
Why?
Because everything they've been telling us has been a lie. They've been empowered by lying to us. They have broken the law by bringing illegal immigrants in here. Democrat sanctuary cities, they break federal law every single day. They break the laws of the United States of America, and they still in power.
Sanctuary cities break federal law?
Yes.
Okay, let's compare it. Let's look up what federal laws do sanctuary cities break. Okay, they do not break federal law simply by being sanctuary cities. A sanctuary city is not a legal status. It is a policy choice by a state or locality about how much it will cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. Typically, sanctuary policies mean local police do not ask about immigration status. Local jails do not hold people longer just for immigration purposes. Local officials do not proactively assist federal immigration enforcement beyond what the law requires. None of that by itself violates federal law. So technically, no, they don't break the law, but it's okay for you to say, I don't agree with what they're doing. That's fine. That's a fine position.
The
That's
Constitution.
But you can't say they're breaking the law. That's
The
technically
Constitution, well, see, that's what I'm saying. You go into, you look in your little Google thing, but you have to understand the Constitution of the United States of America overrides the Constitution of Washington State.
it says it's factually not breaking any federal law.
Oh, I don't care what it says. This is why I have a problem. Let me finish so I can get my damn point.
Okay.
Listen. In the Washington State law, it says the reason why they say that they cannot cooperate with federal agents is because of a privacy issue, right? That's what their excuse is. But the Constitution of the United States of America, it overrides that what do you call that? That exception, because the excuse from Washington sanctuary cities is, oh, we don't want to give the personal information of anybody. Well, they are harboring illegal immigrants in sanctuary cities. They know it. They don't call them illegal immigrants. You know why? I'm sure you don't have to answer this question. The reason why Democrats don't call them illegal immigrants is because if they call them illegal immigrants, they would be admitting that they're breaking federal law.
Well, we can look at the federal law itself. Do you know what the code is? Because I have it right here.
What is it?
18 USC 1373.
Read it.
Let's see. Let me get that. Why is it taking so long to load? You want me to read it in full?
No, just part of it, because I'm going to tell you why they are harboring illegal immigrants, and we have proof.
Well, can you pull up the law and stream?
No. You can see it for yourself.
Wait, why can't everyone else see it?
Well, when ICE comes into a sanctuary city, and they
why can't everyone else see it?
Let me finish the fucking question. Because if ICE comes into a sanctuary city when the government doesn't want to cooperate, they don't want to give any information at all, okay? When ICE agents, which have jurisdiction everywhere in the United States of America, when they come in here and they go look for specific illegal criminal aliens and they find them, that is proof that sanctuary cities are harboring illegal immigrants. So I know that DOJ is currently working against this. And eventually, I hope, God, I want this to happen ASAP. That's why I'm going to run for governor, because I am going to cooperate with federal agents and the president, whoever happened to be, in 2028. Because we need to get rid of sanctuary cities. It is harming American citizens. Their existence here illegally in our country is not helping our economy. And if I allow criminals to break the law, I am telling the world, hey, just come to a sanctuary city. Chances are you're going to make it. So That's not going to fly with me. So, I'm going to talk with Congress, hopefully, if that happens. I doubt it. This is a very blue state over here, by the way. But if it happens, if God gives me the support, we're going to go ahead and go off on all these people. There will be no sanctuary city in Washington if I'm governor. So if it really is Democrats, they're all going to be against me. But I'm going to try to win Democrats because they are also Americans and they also have rights, and I want their rights to be respected. See, Republicans don't have more rights than Democrats, and Democrats don't have more rights than Republicans, right? But they have more rights than any illegal immigrant in this country, and that's what we got to fight for. The only thing I like about your annoying ass is that you like to have that consistency about looking up laws. I might have to give you a call and see if you want to come in with me. I need somebody to challenge that. I need people to challenge the law, but I need you to make your own personal, conscious, critical thinking decision that this is not right. And when you feel that is not right, even if it's legal, what you will do is you will fight to help the legal system correct that.
I agree 100%. I can look at the law and say that this is what the law says. This is how the rulings have been in the past.
Yeah.
But if we think something isn't right, that's why we go through process and procedure
of
to
course.
change the law.
Yes, that's what I want.
100%.
Correct. That's what I want.
We just don't do stuff for no reason. Because we think it's right.
No, you said it right. You said it correctly. That's what I want. So the reason why I challenge it is because I need to know why, right? Why are we challenging it? So if we get into position of power, then we need to have people that think alike and say, wait a minute, I know the law says this and we're going to respect it, but I think we need to change it. And then you start a conversation and then you start, to put it into law. And if people vote against it, you haven't seen my channel yet, but here's the thing. I want transparency, right? Because people, American people,
100%.
because the American people don't get to see everything, right? Like, for example, I bet you didn't know, sounds like a song, I bet you didn't know that Barack Obama and President Donald Trump tried to create immigration reform. Did you know that? Barack Obama and Trump tried to make immigration reform.
No, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
nobody knows. Why? Because these motherfuckers do everything behind doors, right?
Well,
So,
did you know that Donald Trump vetoed a critical immigration bill that
Yes.
at first did have some other things that weren't supposed to be in there, but
Yes.
they took it out and they still vetoed it?
yeah, he did, yeah, I know, and so that can also happen to us, but everybody's gonna know every single detail of the conversation, because we disagree with the Green New Deal, but they still passed it. But we disagree with it, but they still passed it, and then eventually they got rid of it. I believe. I think they got rid of it with the big beautiful bill. I think that was part of it, right? If I remember right. Yeah, I might be confusing my bills. I might be confusing my bills. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I need people to have critical thinking. Okay, this is what the law says, but what is right? And then you bring that, try to make sense of that, and then you argue it. And if nothing happens, then shit, it is what it is. All I can tell you is that as a governor, I can veto a lot of shit, and I can do a lot of executive orders. So I can do a dance with them for 4 years, I think, or before they impeach me. Who knows? Maybe I won't even last a month in office, but we have a lot of fighting to do, bro. There's natives that I have to go fight for. There's veterans. There's asylums that need to be created. There's prisons that need to be created. There's farmers to go out and visit to see what the hell is going on, because I don't know everything about farmers. And I think that
you saying in the stream at some point that tariffs are paid by importers.
Yeah, we're going to talk about all that stuff. But
Yeah, but the importers do offset the cost to consumers, right? Like they raise their prices.
yeah, but they don't tell you is that is the cost of doing business, and they will get that back on their taxes. They can deduct that. But what I'm
You can deduct tariff. Hold up.
oh yeah, bro, you didn't know that? Yeah. If you're a business, it's a cost of doing business.
I'll look it up right now. You can, but not as a separate tariff deduction. They're deducted indirectly as part of normal business expenses.
Yeah, cost of doing business. That's what I call it.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that's not the whole thing, though. I understand that it's not right away, right? But at the same time, it's like like here I'll give you for example. Here in Washington State, the Puget Sound, man, it's beautiful, bro. We have a big port. I mean, we can be a good connection importing or exporting through sea from here to Hawaii, you know, the whole coast, right? Oregon, California, down to Salvador, the whole west coast of Mexico, all the way to the Panama Canal. And we can have a lot of business going, you know, on both sides of the country. I mean, it's huge. It's a huge advantage. But I think it's important to attract businesses, you know, especially big corporations that will provide good paying jobs to Washingtonians. I think that's the best way to raise the economy. I don't like them blaming the tariffs for the high cost of living here in Washington, because that has nothing to do with the high cost of living. You know,
the high cost of living is a multitude of factors. I don't know if anyone could say it's just tariffs.
Brother, I mentioned everything, bro, but we're not going to do that tonight.
No.
Thanks for your assistance, man, and for your pushback.
Well, it's not just Washington. It's like every state. This is why, like, what is it, like blanket, like livable wage, or not just livable wage, but like blanket income loss. I forget the technical. You know what I'm talking about? Like just like setting a blanket income for everyone across the that doesn't work.
No,
cost
it doesn't.
Of living differs between states. But
yeah. But then here, like, I'll finish with this one, okay? Just so you can get off the line with this. The President Trump is trying to talk about tariffs, right? Getting rid of federal taxes. Well, our governor here, actually, we don't have a state tax. He wants to create a state tax, which is going to make it a lot more expensive and less money for the taxpayers.
Create a state. I'm not sure I follow. What do you mean by that?
State taxes here in Washington State are unconstitutional. It's illegal. So the governor, the governor wants to make state taxes legal. Now, he says about the people that make $1 million, okay? But when the big companies start leaving, guess who's going to pay those taxes in state? The rest of us. That's just how it goes. I think that's how it started in California as well. Yeah. And what is it? Oregon, they don't have sales tax, but I think that they take more taxes out of the income tax. There's always a catch, right? But, you know, I can tell you, farmers were leaving, businesses were closing. You know, a lot of layoffs were happening before these tariffs were even mentioned. So, you know, it's all about that. Washington State has no state income tax, says Pizza Guy. I don't think he heard the whole thing that I said. All right, Figure, you be good, man. You have a good night, brother.
Oh, wait. Can I ask one?
No, that's it. Time's up. Get the hell off my channel.
All right, good night.
Shut the hell up. Oh, man. Let's see. Alabama has a 5% state tax. Oh, man, I don't know. I was going to say that's not much, but shit, once you're paying federal taxes, adding state taxes, that's crazy. Paul Salsi is smelling Transtifia on the chat with tariffs. In tariffs we trust, he says. Hey, what the hell are you guys doing up so late, man? It's already 12:42 a.m. for me. I know some of you guys, it's probably morning for you guys. That is, Trinity's still awake. I'm surprised he hasn't passed out on the couch with a headset. Democrats always only raise and create more taxes. Thank you, Trump and Republicans, for the great, beautiful bill. What's the F for? I forgot what is the O for. I just know it's the big, beautiful bill. Man, this guy took my brains out. Finger is MAGA. He's a common sense guy. You know, a couple of days ago, I had this guy. He said he was a liberal. Remember that? He said he was a liberal, but I didn't believe him because liberals don't act like him. And, you know, that's what liberals used to. They used to be like that. They used to be able to have a conversation. They used to be able to give their opinion. And there you go, one. And they used to be just, you know, well, I mean, that's who we were before. So I guess that makes sense. Whew, man. All right. If I get $100 super chat, I stay. If not, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. Let's finish up the night.
Today's episode will go down in history. It can be summed up in 2 words: pepper spray. And if pepper spray isn't enough to satisfy your appetite, ICE also brought tear gas. And if that's still not enough, don't worry. We still have your daily dose of Juanitos getting arrested and Karens trying and failing to rescue them. The episode starts now.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Whoa! Someone else! Kill someone else!
This is why you never grab an officer's weapon. He's very lucky it was just a pepper ball.
Kill someone else!
这个是我们的一个党员岳占林被喷辣椒水了，然后我们是在领事馆的外围，是在公共区域，没有在他那个领事馆。
Bro, they're deporting Chinese people. What's going on here?
They didn't bother to learn English, so I won't bother to feel sympathy. This is another example of FAFO.
Oh, what the? No! What the? Protect your people!
Whoa, let's rewind the tape. This terrorist just threw a rock or some other object at the agents.
They're going after someone. Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to get anywhere. I'm not trying to get anywhere. I'm sorry. Okay.
Did you hear that guy? The guy that's trying to go through them, recording? I'm okay with that. And the federal ICE agents they let him through. You see that? He said, "I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get in your way. I'm just trying to get through. Okay, I'm sorry." That's nice. That's commendable. That's okay. That's okay.
Oh, they're Paul right in the face. Right in the face.
Oh yeah.
Right in their face. Right in their face.
You guys saw that, right? That's assault. That is assault. That is assault, and he can be arrested right there.
Tensions continue to rise. 2025 was nothing compared to what we are witnessing in 2026, and it's only January 8th.
They're getting ready to shoot again. They're getting hit.
I think that guy that's cussing out, pinche nopal pendejo, I think that guy comes into my channel here because that's exactly what they call me. Ice, ice, baby.
Yep. They just popped someone right in the face, point blank. Point blank.
There's a pandemic in this country, and it's called the woke mind virus.
Here you go. You're gonna run someone over?
This estrogen-filled soy boy needs to be locked up immediately. The left is refusing to allow federal agents to do their job. President Trump will be forced to call in many more reinforcements to deal with these criminal thugs.
I like this guy, man. Either he's Mexican or he's a native. Look at that. That's one big dude. See, you and I here, we share these videos all the time, and we see ICE agents being assaulted all the time. We see people obstructing the ICE agents. They get warned. They're doing their job, man. They're not grabbing all these people. They're looking for specific people. I don't understand what's so hard to understand about that, to be honest. I really don't. That's wrong, Pizza Guy. They're fighting for illegal immigrants. They are obstructing justice and harboring illegal immigrants. They should all be arrested.
They're going to drop less than nuclear munitions right now.
You have the right to protest. You have your freedom of speech. You don't have the right to obstruct justice.
Incoming, incoming. Hey, you're too short. You're too short. Hey, you're too short. Hi.
Y'all probably don't get paid enough for this shit. I know you don't.
Yeah, get out.
Y'all must be broke. So how can you
fuck out of here?
There's plenty of patriots who would do this job for free.
My heroes die for Americans, not for illegal immigrants that break the law. Just get out of the way. Why do they want to be punished? What is the accomplishment? The moronic idea that you can try to obstruct justice is not going to stop them from doing their job. They're not going to stop. They got to do their job. All you're doing is being punished for being retarded. You got to stop being retarded so you don't get punished. Come on, man. Common sense. Stay out of the way. Protest. Show your signs. But get the hell out of the way.
out of this neighborhood? We don't want...
No, wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? You didn't tell me your name, who you are, or nothing.
Because it's none of your damn business, Karen.
What's the plate? Where you taking them? What's going on? Don't hit me with this f***ing car.
Move.
I swear to God.
Don't walk in front of a moving vehicle and your odds of getting hit will drastically be reduced.
You better not hit me with this f***ing car. What's going on? You better not get your where's your grandma? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You better not hit me with that car. You better not hit me. Tell her call the police. Tell her call the police. Call the police. Call the police. You better not hit me with that f***ing car.
Number one, Mad 21. I would never put my family in that position. Ever.
I swear to God. Help! Y'all didn't tell... Help! Help! Why? You think you're going to hit me because you a black driver? You're not going to hit me neither. You better not hit me with this car. I swear to God. Call the police. You better not hit me with this car. You better not hit me. They got Angel in the car. You better not hit me. You better not hit me with this car. They don't got no tags. No tags, nothing. They left no tags, nothing. Mother. Hey, what's up?
Now, pizza guy, you're lucky your ass is not in jail or shot. Be grateful that you have a job. You got to take care of yourself. That's a good thing. These people don't have jobs.
Yet another restaurant that hires and hides illegals in their establishment.
I'm just making it. Oh! They right here too?
We need to talk to Wilmer. Just Wilmer. That's the only person you want to talk to. Come on. No more questions. Come on.
And the ICE agents can't get a good night's sleep because of these morons. Minnesota might be the worst place on earth.
Man, I hope you guys don't have nightmares with that. Pizza guy, just keep working, brother. Don't go out there with guns and act stupid. You're going to be nobody's hero. Nobody's going to remember you after a while. So just take care of yourself. Take care of your family. Keep working. Keep doing what you got to do. But don't pick up those weapons. You don't need them. Don't act like these jobless people on the street, okay? All right, guys. This is it for me tonight. Thank you guys for being supportive. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for being here with me tonight. I'm going to get some rest because I took some pills so that I can sleep tonight and don't wake up until the afternoon. MindSpeak, thank you for being here with me tonight, brother. Omar, Brian, Trinity, Pizza Guy. Who else am I missing in here? Hoop Time. Yeah, Hoopty West. Any of all of you patrons that come in here and support. Good night and good morning, as MindSpeak says. Man, God bless you guys. Have a good night.